Yadek Shwenwen, everyone. So wonderful to be here for day 2 of Remix to Resilience, the Confluence. Yesterday was an incredible day. Just so many beautiful messages coming to us from so many incredible artists with just the most unique talents and stories. It was just such a beautiful day yesterday. Everyone. So wonderful to be here for day 2 of Okay, sorry, I just heard myself twice, so I'm confused. Today we have theme today based on language. We have called it Remix to Revitalization, Unceded Tongues. The phrase Unceded Tongues comes from Russell Wallace's album that he did a few years ago that was very acclaimed. It was in his Statliam language. And I asked to use that term because I just thought it was such a great term to use, unceded tongues. And the reason he said he used it is because his language, not just the land was taken from our peoples, but he felt the same way about the language and that it was unceded and that it is unceded. So I thank you, Cook's Jam, for Russell to allow us to use that awesome phrase. Yes, so welcome to day 2. I'm really looking forward to the day. We have some incredible speakers. I would like to first introduce our elder from Cooksferry community of the Nlaka'pamux Nation. His name is Daryl Minnabarriet, to do a welcome prayer for us. And then after that, we'll have the beautiful Sharon Spinks, our Nlaka'pamux elder from Clemchin, to also welcome us with a beautiful blessing and prayer before our keynote of the awesome Kevin Lauren. So take it away, Uncle Daryl.
Okay, Meeka, before we start, I want to acknowledge your father. And he gifted me this feather box with the beautiful eagle feather inside. This special eagle feather. This is from the tail feather of the eagle. And in the position of the eagle, every feather has a certain meaning in our culture. And this is, an eagle cannot take off or land without his tail feathers. This gives us direction. This gives us strength and purpose. So I just want to acknowledge your dad, that he was my soul brother. We grew up together. And there were times where we had many years apart, but every person has a soul sister or a soul brother, and you're deeply connected to that person. And that's the way, I was with your dad. And so I just want to say thank you, Terry. And I want to say a little thing about how he passed. He was on Vancouver Island visiting relatives, and he knew that he had very little time left. And so he went out into the woods. He was alone with the Creator and passed. And so, that's the warrior way that our traditional people did. They didn't go to the hospital running off to the, they went out into the mountaintop, into their sacred area and met the Creator on their terms. And that's the way your dad and I really admire the way that he did and conducted his life, So to my soul brother, Cook's Jam, have a happy journey. So that being said, I want to introduce myself a little bit. And Meeka told me to keep it short, but it's like when you pass the feather to an elder, tell him to be quiet and keep it short. It's like passing the microphone to Mick Jagger and tell him to keep it down, Mick. So that being said, my name is Daryl Minnabarriet. I'm elder, knowledge keeper, of our Nlaka'pamux territory here in Spencer's Bridge. And we're at the confluence of the Nicola and Thompson rivers here. I live on reserve. I live in sacred ground. This ground was meeting grounds for all the Nlaka'pamux people, and also Lytton was another big meeting place. So these rivers were known. Nlaka'pamux means people by the river or of the river. And so we're close to Mother Earth. You know, we believe the rivers are the lifeblood of Mother Earth. And so when you live at the confluence of these arteries, you're living in the heart. The heart is a junction where blood comes in, blood goes out. And so we're in the heart of our Nlaka'pamux territory. And I feel so honored and proud to live on this sacred land, on this sacred earth. And so I am a great-grandson of chiefs. And these are traditional chiefs, not the Indian Act chiefs or the ones that get into power through politics and stuff. And I was on my dad's side. On my maternal side, my mother is from Spiritwood, northern Saskatchewan. And I'm a fourth cousin to Louis Riel, the great leader of the first Indian resistance, of the first AIM movement. And he paid for his life, for our rights with his life. And so I'm proud and honored to honor him today and talk and be a visible presence of our ancestors. You know, we talk about, when we finish our prayer, we say all our relations, right? So, you know, we really want to not just say that as a, you know, just a term, but we want to mean it and we want to live it. So, you know, my dad went to residential school for 10 years, from 1918 to 1928. And so 10 years at St. George's in Lytton, BC. And he was brainwashed into not talking our language. Even though he was very fluent in our language, he would take the elders out to different government functions to translate for them so they would know what was being said. He was extremely fluent in our language, but he never taught me a word. And so, you know, I'm a residential school survivor, and you know, it creates a whole space in your heart. And you know, when I heard about the 215 children that were found at the Kamloops Indian Residential School, I broke down and cried. It felt like a knife was going through my heart. I thought about my dad. I thought about the 10 years that he was in residential school. Terrible harm and damage that the residential school took away our language, took away our customs, took away our life. But thank God we're getting back. So that being said, I want to lift up my hands to the Creator. Everyone lift up your hands. Lift up your hand and your heart. And we want to thank you, Creator, for giving us the heavens and the earth. Thank you, Creator, for giving us all the lives, two-legged and four-legged, the birds and the fowl, the fish. Thank you for all the wonderful things that you blessed us with. And we want to acknowledge your power, that you are everlasting to everlasting, that you have created a place for us that's in the stars, beyond the stars, everlasting place of home. And so, when Terry, your dad passed, it really left a hole in my heart and my soul brother. So I want to say, when people pass, it really gives you, something is ripped out of your heart. Something is ripped out of your life. And you long for that day when you will see them again. So I just want everyone to walk in holiness, walk on this road of life that we call the red road. And on this road, we want to walk in balance. We don't want to be walking out of balance with too much grief or too much this or that or food or addictions. We want to have a good heart. We want to have a clear mind. We want our ears and our tongues and every part of our being to be in unity and walking in harmony with the Creator and the natural laws that He has given us. And so, thank you, Creator. Thank you, Two Rivers, for giving us this opportunity to share knowledge, to share love, to share understanding, to share our being with others. Thank you, Creator. Bless us, bless this day, bless this meeting. And I don't want to say conference because I know Meeka hates that word conference. So I want to say confluence of ideas. And thank you, Meeka. Thank you, all the elders. Thank you for this wonderful day and opportunity. And that being said, I love you. Cook's Jam. Hometh. That means
Hometh.
I'll see you again. We don't say goodbye. In our way, we say, Hometh, we'll see you later. We don't believe in death. We don't believe that we'll never see one another again. We're always going to say, we'll see you later. We'll see you down the road. Hometh. That's what it means. Okay, I'm through. I'll pass the feather back to somebody. Here's the feather.
Oh,
Here's the feather, Meeka.
Cook's Jam, Uncle.
Okay.
And I just wanted, before Sharon, I would like to acknowledge that because you acknowledged my father, that my father is Felix Terry Morgan. He was born in 1947. He was born to Emily Morgan, who was a MacDonald from the Statliam territory. And his father was Sequepum and also part Nlaka'pamux. And he went to the St. Joseph's residential school for over 10 years. And so I just thank you for acknowledging my father. Thank you. And please, Sharon.
Yeah, Daryl, I just wanted to share a short prayer from Solomon Jude, Jim Tulican. He has a prayer, a creation prayer, and I just want, it's short, but I'll say it in Nlaka'pamux, Daryl, and I'll also interpret it. Excuse me. Home at the Gia. Tulako takama humag naku kindaya dudich a lexozot. Tulako lawish tashkom kindaya takam da humag kindaya dudich a lexozot. Takam da mi moy takam da jigap takam da shialagan and mushalagan kindaya dudich a lexozot. La hello agus quantities na a Demsadak Khanix, Demsadak Scanum Kwan, Kindaya, Dudich Aid, Exozot. From the river, all living things in the river, we ask them to help us so that we will be strong today. From the river to the highest mountain, everything that is alive, we ask them to help us so that we will be strong. all the bushes and all the trees and all the two-legged animals and all the four-legged animals. Help us so that we will be strong. And the eagle that soars and watches and clears our path and takes away all sickness away from us, we ask them, help us so that we will be strong today. And that was my cousin Solomon Jute that I spent as much time as I could with him because I loved him so much, and bless his soul. And Daryl, I just wanted to share that with my cousin's creation prayer. Yeah, Cook's Jam. Okay, I just wanted to share a bit. I've got stacks of language stuff here, but to condense it is really difficult because you have to kind of put it in order and then it'll make sense to people. And I'm teaching Nlaka'pamux. I'll be doing that tomorrow. But one thing, before I even begin, what I want to share, this came to me as Daryl was talking. You know, we have one over the government, and that is a language. We have learned their language. So in many times, we use their language to say, this is what we need, and they don't know what to do with us because, gee, they know our language. Now, how do we get around from not doing the clean water thing, and how do we go about not doing building houses? You know, we've learned their language, and that is one that we need to give ourselves praise for it. And then getting back to the language, there's so much that I actually don't know where to begin, but it's with the children, and I'm doing the best I can with the little kids with Nlaka'pamux, and I don't have it right with me here. Oh, I'm not organized here. That just excuse me, I'll get it. Just 1 second.
And just while she's doing that, I want to let you guys know that I have a smudge going. I'm going to open the window and put it out for the ancestors. And then later on, I'll give a food offering as well.
While she's doing that, perhaps I can prep because we're about to go. Oh, I'll turn it over.
Sorry about that. Sure. But what I have here is part of what I use, and that is pictures. I don't know if you could see it very good, but it's pictures that I flip, and then we say the Nlaka'pamux word. And that's just an example. We do everything we can to help the children, but just getting back to the language. And Daryl, I can't help but see that the vision that we have, it's going to happen. And with the catastrophe that's happened at Kamjin, I feel like people are uniting. We are coming together. And not only that, but we're there to help our neighbor, to help our children, help our little cousins. That what I've seen after the catastrophe is that the parents are more, I don't know how to describe it. They're more careful with their children than usual. They're watching where they are. They're watching what they're doing. So it's like almost overprotecting the children and other people's children, which is good because it takes a whole community to raise a child. And this is the feeling that I get when I talk with people. They're always watching, you know, where their child is, where they're going. They're mindful of their children, and that is great. And with the language, we need to encourage everyone to encourage the children. And once they they learn sentences right at the beginning when I was starting last September, not this September, was that when they learned walk, run, and I have those charts too, but it's the action and the process that I went through a training is called TPR, Total Physical Response. And this was set up by Dr. Asher down in the States, but I had an opportunity to be in his workshop or conference that was happening. And he told us how to do, you know, when you walk, hechu huashit, let's walk, panda, come back, panda, yeah, michaka, sit down, michaka, detlika, stand up. So I do the hand signals with the children, but one of the things, and this is amusing sometimes, when I say hachu toy, and they take off on me and I can't keep up with them down the hallway. Or when we're outside, they run almost halfway around the school and they panda, come back, panda. So the other thing that I have noticed with the language is there are slight differences in the Nlaka'pamux language, and I know this may be so with many other languages, is that in Boston Bar, there's a slight difference there to Lytton, and then there's a slight difference to Merritt, and probably Spencer Spinach too. You know, just the slight. And I'll give you a quick example. When I was doing the language for the adults at Boston Bar, at the Longhouse, the children, we had kind of like a gathering, and what I had the chart up there with thank you, goodbye, Aucklandlo. I had a list there, and right at the second one, I think it was one of the language that I had up there was Home Aucklandlo, Home Weekchen. And one of the kids, there was just a slight difference in that. And she said, oh, my grandpa says Homer. And you don't say Homer Aucklandlo. He said, no, those are two sentences. But she was saying, no, that's okay, I'll do that. So when there is a difference, and this is what I've seen, is that when there's a slight difference, I always say, oh, okay. So I told the little girl, okay, I'll write it out the way you say it, and I'll put both of them. Is that okay? So she was okay with that. When there's a slight difference in there, you know, I asked her permission, you know, for me, I'll put both of them down, but it'll mean the same thing. Is that okay with you? So it's to get away from, no, that's not, we don't reprimand. We never reprimand at Stein Valley School. We always say, oh, you did good. Let's just try it once more, okay? And then we give the power back to them. And then this is where, but we really need not only the teachers and the support staff, but we need the community's input. We need their support. You know, come into the school, which they do when we have a little celebration. The parents will, grandparents, they will come in, but we need to keep it on a consistent basis so that the children, you know, they'll be very comfortable in the learning, and so this is what we're going through at Stein Valley School. We're doing the best we can, but we really need like acknowledgement from the community, acknowledgement from the parents and the grandparents, you know, on what curriculum is taking place there. And the second point is that I've seen in many proposals, I guess you could call it, is that when a proposal is put together, the curriculum is way up here. And I have to admit, I'm way down here. What do you mean curriculum? You know, I have a cousin, she definitely does not want to even look at curriculum. She speaks only, and Kevin, you might know Jean and Daki. Yeah, Jean, my cousin, you say, don't tell me anything about curriculum. All I'm doing is I'm talking like I'm with Jean, and that's what I'm going to do. So that's what we've done. We give praises to people who are speaking the language and encouraging those that are trying. We never reprimand. And if there's a slight difference, and I love it when I'll be doing this language tomorrow with people from Vancouver Island and my nephews and nieces from Chase and Vancouver Island. They're all on like what we are now, and to keep it going with no reprimand, no animosity, just say, oh, that's good. Let's just try it again once more with that. There's at the back of your throat, wheat and washit, wheat and washit. It's like you're going to say the word what, wheat and washit. So I try to put those together to get the pronunciation, and that's it's a very challenging spot to be in, but I know that with what's happened with our community, it's almost like we've woken up to, what can we do now? So that's where everybody is, and I know that the community is very, very disappointed with the turnout of the report from the TBS or something. Yeah, but okay. I think that's about all I can go. It's only a quarter of what I was going to share with you. But for now, Meeka, is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Any questions?
So much, Sharon.
Michaka. Okay.
Miigwech, Sharon.
Oh man.
Bonjour, Maganaduk. Hello, all of my relatives. We're blessed this morning. It's like we have 3, maybe 4 keynote speakers. And so it couldn't have been a better intro to day 2, language, unceded truth. So I'm going to quickly pass it off to our keynote, Kevin Loring, and invite Ronnie Dean Harris as well to join. We are running a little bit behind, but we'll catch up. So many important words to be shared. So thank you. Miigwech.
Kooksferry. Yarik Shinwenwen, everybody.
Yarik Shinwenwen.
Hey, Sharon, it's good to see you. It's good to hear you. Thank you so much. You always got so much to offer. So generous with your spirit and your knowledge. Kooksferry. Thank you so much. Yeah. It is my bro Ronnie.
Hey, Yadik Shinwanwan, everyone.
Yadik Shinwanwan.
Good to see you. Good to see you, everybody.
Yeah, so I think it's really hard to follow that. Those are really 2 really great intros to this morning. Thank you so much to our elders for sharing so much knowledge and heart and love for our language, our culture, our people. It's really honored to. It feels really good. It just feels good for the soul to hear our elder Minnabarriet, Daryl Minnabarriet, and Sharon. Especially at this time, we're in a really hard time, and it's really food for the soul right now. I'm out here in Ottawa. Kevin Loringhan Squesh. My family is from Meekhampton, called Snake Flat these days. My grandparents are um, Andrew Adams and Nancy Adams from Meekhampton, and on my father's side, Noel and Doris Loring. Um, and I'm currently living out here in Ottawa on the unceded, unsurrendered territories of the Algonquin and Anishinaabeg. And I'm really glad to be here today, this morning. It's funny. I can't. I don't know if if my video is playing or not. I can't see me, but I just wanted to say I've been working with Ronnie Dean for a number of years on all kinds of projects, and Sharon as well on the community project Ash Eekwol, Songs of the Land, which we do a community project in Tecumseh, where we use the language, the Nlaka'pamux language, and the Nlaka'pamux creation stories, and we created an ensemble of community members, from little babies and harnesses all the way up to great grandmas and grandpas and aunties, including Sharon, including my uncle Daki and Auntie Amy, so many others, and it's a really beautiful project. And of course, we're all really hurting right now because we've lost our beautiful community, our beautiful village of Lytton at Tecumseh. So it's a really challenging time. You know, it's like challenges on top of challenges for our people and our community. And so I just want to acknowledge all of the struggles that many families out there are having. And my family's struggling. You know, my mom, my house, the home that I grew up in was burnt out, and many of my cousins and uncles and aunties also lost their homes. And I just want to send my thoughts and prayers and love to all of you out there in the internet world who are from Lytton, who have connections to Lytton, who have family from Lytton. That you know, I've spent my life's work as an artist has been about telling the stories from that place. It's like a love letter to that place. Ever since I was a young kid, I was interested and curious and asked questions of my elders about where I'm from, where we're from, what that place means, what the history there is, all the way back from, you know, the creation stories, the Unceded stories, the coyote stories, transformer stories, the transformer rocks along the river, and the stories that are attached to those places, those sacred sites up in Stein Valley, the history of our, you know, pre-contact, during the gold rush, during the fur trade, the Canyon War. I did a documentary. I wrote and co-wrote and produced a documentary on the Canyon War, and I just also there's a new piece out there on Knowledge Network about that, and you know, part of it involves the Canyon War that I contributed to, and so it's just been everything that I write about as an artist. I'm a playwright and a screenwriter and an actor and a director and a producer. I'm the founding artist director of Savage Society, which is has partnered with Two Rivers Remix Festival, and we've been really proud partners. We've been really rocking it, and at the festival, and I'm also the artistic director of Indigenous theater at the National Arts Centre of Canada, out here in Ottawa, which is why I live out in Ottawa. And so, like usually when I do a keynote, I prepare at least the night before. I write down something. But today, I'm just going from my heart and my soul. I mean, I've been doing this work for over, you know, my whole life. Honestly, like if I get right down to it, I could trace it back to, like Sharon often talks about how we went to. We did some work at a conference, you know, all the way back when I was it was like I think it was a MAD conference. It was like a Mothers Against Drunk Drivers conference, and so you know, but back when I was in like high school or elementary school, and so we've, you know, but also you know, as a kid in Lytton, growing up in Lytton, I did work. I used to be like the president of the youth conference committee. We put on this youth conference in high school, Yeah, Meeka remembers it was pretty rocket. I mean, for a little town of Lytton, maybe there's 1,000 people in Lytton, and we had 1,500 Indigenous youth come to Lytton, and it was a party, man. Like it was, we had, two powwows, two digital screen dance parties, and 7 days of workshops, morning to night. Um, it's where I learned to write grants. Was for the youth conference committee. I learned to write grants. I think we wrote a $10,000 grant to like a right-wing Christian conservative organization focused on the family. And we said, oh yeah, we'll talk about abstinence. And I think we mentioned it. Yeah, and you could also just have abstinence. And then we used that money and we bought a whole bunch of condoms and we distributed to all the youth, and they all got used up. But it's it was Noni McCann and Terry Alec were sort of the leaders, the adult leaders of that organization. It was a high school based organization, but it was really where I got my start, learning how to organize, to run things, to write grants, and to get the money, and then to have a budget, to execute it, and so I can sort of clock my origins as an arts administrator back to Kumcheen, at Kumcheen High School, for the youth conference. I think I ran some workshops as well. I was really into karate when I was young, and so I would do a karate workshop and whatnot. But I was very fortunate as a youth growing up in Lytton that we had language teachers like Mamie Henry, like Hilda Austin, come in and teach us how to gut salmon and fillet a fish. I remember, Hilda's beautiful elder. She could hold up a spring salmon in one hand and like show you, like in a 35-pound spring. She would just hold it straight out, just like manhandle that salmon like it was like a chicken. It was just, she would just fillet it. It's like a ninja. It was so awesome to have those elders as our teachers, and I'm grateful now too of my mom helps with teaching the language with the youth, and she's a basket maker, a cedar root basket maker. My mom, Frida Loring. I'm grateful for my aunt, Frida Adams, who is also a language teacher, and her daughter, Karen, who teaches the language to the children, and my cousin, Katrina, who teaches the language to those little babies in preschool and kindergarten. And so that language, that revitalization of the language is incredibly important for us, especially because we had St. George's Residential School on our sacred lands in the center post of Nlaka'pamux territory, and as Elder Minnabarriet said, in the heart of our nation, one of the hearts of our nation, Kumcheen, and that Sharon, our beautiful elder, has been a partner with the Savage Society and guiding us with language and teaching us, and using the words and the language in the stories and the plays that we put on, and being an actor in it. It's so wonderful to have her input and Auntie Amy's input in that. And the learnings that happen it's not unintentional that it's a counter to the legacy of what St. George's did to our community. All of this work, all of my work, my life's work, has been a counter to the St. George's Residential School legacy. I mean, I grew up in the 80s, in the aftermath, after the place closed down. Of course, I never went to residential school. I was too young, and it was, and only about half of my uncles and aunties went to St. George's, but the younger half did not. And fortunately, but that legacy of what that building and that place and that institution did to our community reverberates to this day, through our families. And I grew up in an era when the aftermath, the residual effects of the residential school were poisoning the community in a really profound way. It was at one time, Lytton was the suicide capital of Canada. A community of 1,200 people. You could imagine how devastating that kind of situation could be. And that was my youth. I mean, we grew up in that reality. I think the first kid that I knew who took their own life was I was in grade 5. It was, and I had many friends and relatives pass away in out of the sort of residual effects within their family, and so my whole life's work has really been, I mean, from the youth conference committee all the way up to what I do now as the artistic director of Indigenous theater at the National Arts Centre of Canada, the country's sort of premier elite theater, and also and of course the work that I did or had continued to do through Savage Society, which is the company that I founded 16 years ago now, 17 years ago actually. 2004, I founded Savage Society to be a platform on which I could, put myself up to tell the stories that I wanted to tell. And they're all stories sourced and coming from Lytton, coming from Nlaka'pamux, coming from where I come from. And also as a platform for other Indigenous artists to tell their stories from where they're from. Whether that is from a story of displacement or a story of their connection from where their home is, their lands, and where their heart is coming from. And so that's been my life's work. It's now that I'm at, almost, pushing 50, I can look back and go, yeah, I have some life's work to look back onto. Not quite as deep and as Sharon's life's work, but catching up. And Ronnie and I, we've worked together throughout this process too, with the from the beginning of the Songs of the Land project, when we hosted I think it was 2013, we hosted a gathering on the reserve in Lytton, up at the Memorial Hall. A week-long symposium, I guess you'd call it, for lack of a better word. It's a very colonial European word, but it really is. It was a gathering and a feasting about the language and the stories, and whether or not in the songs recorded down on wax cylinders by the ethnographer, many ethnographers actually, including James Tate and Marius Barbeau, and Ronnie's much more versed in the wax cylinders than I am, in fact. The tapes laid down by Annie York, I forget the scholar that did that with her. It'll come to me.
Wendy
Wickwire, thank you. And all of that work, so it was the very first sort of gathering to discuss the work back in 2013, that one week, and we feasted and we celebrated and we told stories, and many of the elders from the nation were there, including Elder Jimmy Tudlikin, who shared creation stories like the Battle of the Bird story that was our first community project play. He shared that story in the language, and shared many teachings and much knowledge. And what Sharon described about the dialects, the different dialects along the river, that was discussed at one point for almost a whole day. And at one point there was, I think there was like 2.5-3 hour discussion on one syllable of one word in a recording on a wax cylinder, and all of the language speakers around the table, having a discussion about what part of the river the speaker was coming from and the way that they pronounced that one word. It was profound, to be able to crack open the language and examine it at that depth, in that way, with the real true cultural knowledge keepers and pillars of, and it wasn't, we didn't have everybody there, but we had most of the like really, like many, anyways, not most of, but many really wonderful and powerful knowledge keepers participate in that gathering, and it left me on a really profound journey that week. I think at one point we were listening to a wax cylinder recording of a Medicine Man song, and this was a really pinnacle sort of moment in the whole week-long discussion, because I was asking the question that whole week. The one question I was asking the community is, should we be looking at wax cylinder recordings of songs? Should we be looking at Medicine Man songs and women's songs and bear songs and all of these cultural materials? should we be trying to use it in a new form, like maybe through theater, or maybe like creating new songs out of it? And should we be touching this? And I used the example of the Medicine Man song that was in the Wax Cylinder recording because it was a Medicine Man song. It was like very particular, right? With a lot of, there's a lot of weight around that and a lot of consideration that you have to use. And I said, and there was a really healthy debate about whether or not we should be using this material. And at the end of that debate, it was kind of inconclusive. And I said, and I kind of said, well, maybe we shouldn't, maybe we should take this off the table. And I'll never forget, Sharon actually, we sort of moved on for about 15 minutes. And then Sharon said, I got to go back. I got to talk about this. And she stood up and she said, if we don't use this material, who will? If we don't pick this up and take this and use this and share this with the community, who's going to do that work? And it was a really profound moment because it sort of cemented the work for us. That one moment, that one rebuttal to that argument really cemented the path forward about how we would approach engaging in this material and going down this path and what it means to go down this path. Sharon also mentioned, like, when they recorded it, they probably didn't record the whole thing or record the parts of it that contained all of the medicine within it. They did it for a reason, to pass down through the generations as well, because they thought at the time that the language was going to die, that the traditions and the songs were going to disappear. And we're fortunate that we have these recordings as vessels that we can carry forward into the future. The work that Ronnie and I did initially was to try to figure out how to use the material, because the Wax Cylinder recordings themselves are very difficult material to work with, because they've been re-recorded and passed through different mediums over 100 years, from like Edison wax cylinders, which are very rudimentary, sort of very scratchy, very hard to listen to. There's a lot of screeching and scratching, and a lot of the audio quality is terrible. And then that has been transferred to tape, to digital, multiple times, all the way down over 100 years. And when we first received the raw digital files, it was incredibly difficult to even make out with a lot of the content. And so we tried to find ways to digitally clean that up. And fortunately now we have materials that we use that Ronnie has accessed and been Ronnie is an amazing researcher. I have to say, like, bro, you should have like a doctorate, I think. Like your knowledge base and the work that you've done in research has been
I have to answer to academia then if I do that.
Yeah, there's that. Gets all colonial.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know that we don't have a lot of time, and we want also more of a discussion. But I just to say that this morning it feels less like a keynote and just like a gathering of folks who've like-minded and on a path to try to revitalize and lift up our language as best we can with the tools that we have. I'm a theater artist. Ronnie's a hip hop artist. Sharon's a teacher. Or has become a teacher, a really important teacher for us. And so I know that we want to have a discussion as well. So I just want to say I'm very grateful for the teachings that Sharon has shared with us, and Amy and the other elders that have led us on this path, and all of the teachers that have come before us, the teachers that taught Sharon, the people who have been there as well to guide us on this way. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning. And I send my love to our community. Thanks, John.
Almost.
So,
Yeah. I don't know how much time we've got left. I guess I could touch on a bit about where Kevin left off, is with the audio work. First off, my name is Ronnie Dean Harris. My ancestral name is Malitluk. My family's come from Yale, Spasm, Skalitz, Coquitlam, Statlium territories. I wasn't really aware of my Nlaka'pamux ancestry when I joined onto this program. I was raised in Stalo territory by default, so I was raised. My family comes from Seabird Island, so Seabird Island is within regional Stalo territory, but the story of displacement is that our families from Yale and Spuzzum, after the gold rush, were displaced to Seabird Island, and so we have Nlaka'pamux bloodlines, and those are left in many signatures in the language that I learned growing up. Um, but I was the Stalo rap guy when I when I met Kevin in 2010. Started going to Lytton, and Kevin invited me to with him to Lytton, and it was really fascinating up there. It was you could tell it was a very the land is a very ancient place, but then the city itself had an air of antiquity to it, which was fascinating to me. And then the work that we were getting into, I was sort of just burgeoning into my research career, mostly just out of resurgence and a need to revitalize and sort of understand the reality around me. And so, also at the time, I was getting into some audio repair. So looking at ways to repair old audio tracks and make them a bit more as technology stuff is basically getting an app and going, let's try this app and different ways to clean up audio. So I was invited with Kevin to go up to this conference, this gathering, and I was cleaning up files. We would present them to the elders and have these conversations. And then, during that time, I was given research materials by like Wendy Wickwire and some of the elders up there. And I still have this body of, it's like a snowball of materials, research materials that keeps amassing from this time. So going from the wax cylinders into the photos that are connected to it. Like Kevin was saying, when we first got the wax cylinders, they were on like CDs. You remember back in the days when there were CDs? Um, and so there's no labels to the songs. It's just you're just listening to and there's a song and you're like, okay, it says shaman song, and that's kind of all you got to go from it. Um, and so one of the requests of the elders there was like, we need to organize these songs and to have a way for them to be organized so that they can be interpreted in a better way. And so, you know, having all those materials on hand, I kind of said, well, I guess it's up to me to kind of do some of that work. So since 2013, I've gathered most of the wax cylinder recordings that are connected to the Nlaka'pamux people, as well as access the field notes written by James Tate on the day, Marius Barbeau, when they're recording them and they're recording what the songs are, the names of those people. So really working on a mapping process so that we can be like, these songs come from here. Here's the materials that are connected to it. Here's the field notes. Here's the language profile of the song that's in there. Um, and for me, it's like a bundling process. You put them in these bundles so that the generation or the people coming behind us can interpret these materials um, in their own way without having to like kind of be like, I guess, that unknowing uncertainty of what it means or what the context was. Um, so, I at the time I was just a rap guy when I got into this. I was like, that was what I did. Um, and I kind of always left language. I was like, one of my traditional cousins will be doing the language thing. I don't got to worry about it. You know what I mean? I'll work on music. I'll work on other things. And then you get so far into the research where you kind of have to start to understand the language if you're going to further understand the materials, the concepts, um, the cosmology of stories that are involved. And so tied to this, tied to the songs are tied to stories. Tied to stories are tied to place names. Tied to place names are tied to more stories and more language. And so within the language also is uh, encoded symbols and syntax. And so in an oral culture, an oral tradition, for us to um, really keep the history involved, you have to have signatures that uh, have symbols within them. And so there's a lot of that in the language that we have to unravel yet. And I think a huge part where we're at right now is gathering all these language materials so that we can put them on the table and look at it and figure out what it all is, and then be able to embody that again back into an oral culture. So, my wife is doing a Statlium language course right now, and I signed up to do the Nlaka'pamux language course, but I don't know if I have time to do it. So I'm seeing these different movements of people doing language, seeing and you know being able to interact with Auntie Sharon and now helping her sort of make some of her materials that she needs come to fruition, using my skills as a designer, as a media artist to be able to contribute back to language. And I think for me right now, especially after COVID, especially after the catastrophe that we just went through this summer, most of my focus will be into preserving and to help revitalize cultural objects, concepts, and processes. Um, Still got to make time to rap. You still got to make time for the things that activate you. But I think all of us should be putting into those bundles of research, knowing who we are, knowing who our people are, and knowing how we have kinships to the lands and languages around us. I think is for me as an artist is going to be the path forward. So um, I'm always honored to be asked to be a part of this work. I'm thankful that Kevin brought me into this work. I'm honored to have sat with so many amazing people through this work, like Jimmy Tudlikin, like, you know, um, getting to know like people who I've revered and researched. Like I talk to Pauline Henry all the time, and I'm like, your mom was Mamie Henry, and I'm just like, what? How? You know, so um, and understanding myself as an Nlaka'pamux person, I think has been this journey has been a real part of that. And so, Two Rivers Remix, I'm glad that we've been able to fold into this work, um, and be congruent to it, and to be complementary to our journeys as community and as educators and people working to rebuild our culture from not just the catastrophe of the summer, but the catastrophes of residential schools and floods and fires and Stephen Harper and all the things we had to come through in the last however many years. So I hold my hands up to everybody here, and always thank you for including me. And I hope to see you guys and break bread with you soon. Oma.
Omas, Cooksteap, Cookstrum.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Kevin and Ronnie. Wonderful. Before we get into our second workshop, I just wanted to take the time to introduce our wonderful American Sign Language interpreters. We have Larissa, who is on, and then we also had Robert earlier. So they'll be joining for part are going to be shared. So just wanted to say thank you. Second, we also have our Indigenous graphic facilitator, Najit, who was helping yesterday. So I'll quickly throw it over to you, Najit, if you want to say hello.
Fun Queen Z, good morning. Nijitzel Norbert Bilshi. Just so glad to be here this morning with you all. I hope you're all snuggled in, listening, have your coffee. I'm busy over here. We're working on a 4x6 sheet of paper today. So just really excited to hear the messages. We've already heard some really powerful things from Elder Daryl Minnabarriet and Kevin Loring and Ronnie Dean Harris. So I've actually been able to squeeze in a little elder holding the salmon for you, Kevin. So thank you so much for all those beautiful visuals, and we'll see you at the end of the day.
Wonderful. So I'm told that Janet Marie Rogers is waiting in the wait room to join and lead her next workshop. So while she's preparing, I'm just going to say, again, a big shout out and thanks to the governments of Canada and BC and Canada's private radio broadcasters, because they are our funders. So we have the British Columbia Arts Council and Factor and Creative BC. And so we're grateful for their funding to be able to make sure that we can invite our honored guests and elders. And we have a number of participants who are also being sponsored or honored to be participating over the last day and today and tomorrow. So grateful for everybody's participation. And let me quickly introduce the workshop. So the workshop today with Jennifer Rogers is called Poetry Liftoff. So in this session, Okwehowe, or Tuscarora poet and Mohawk publisher with Oshitosh. So you'll have to correct me when I get there, publishing, but Janet Roberts will discuss literature on the page and provide examples on the multitude methods of poetry can live off the page. So come prepared to write and share. This is a workshop, people. So Rogers is an award-winning video poet and sound artist, and she's brought her original poetry into her performance and film work, and will share her techniques and processes as a media and spoken word poet. Janet is very familiar to me because I remember her down in Nlaka'pamux territory when I used to sell my art as a visual artist down at the harbor in Victoria. So it's so nice to see you, invite you. So I'm going to turn it over to you. We have an hour with you before. Oh, we might come back to Nijitsil to do a little check-in on how this morning went before we break for lunch, where we have a showcase. But yeah, hi Janet. Bonjour.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Sego. Hi, Meeka. Hi, everyone. Hi, everybody. Thanks for inviting me to be part of the remix. Meeka, back to you. I was tuned in and catching the keynote this morning, and there was just such a wonderful thing to hear elders from the Confluence territory. I liked how they spoke about the land. And, you know, on a personal note, I really, just before we get started here, I really just want to say, you know, I was living as a guest on Coast Salish territory for 25 years, and in Victoria, BC, you know, otherwise known as Victoria Coast Salish territory. And often I would travel into the interior, and I love that territory. My gosh, it gets in your blood, that place. And I have to say that, you know, the entire time I was out there, West Coast people and interior Salish people took real good care of me, man. So you know, my heart, I have a big part of my heart that is open to, you know, the land and the people out there. And of course, my heart broke too when I heard about the very, very destructive fires. So wishing everyone a very quick recovery. That's for sure. So, and again, thank you for bringing me in, because, you know, it's so uplifting to stay in creative spaces. And I love to share the creative process and learn about the creative process with others. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about, you know, the process of writing, and also how to build upon that process and where the writing can possibly go, and look at some examples of how I have worked the writing that exists on the page and lifted it off to live in these other, you know, dimensions, if you will. And just speaking of dimensions, I am transmitting to you from my home territory on 6 Nations of the Grand River. And so I'm already in afternoon mode, and I don't know, y'all are waking up, right? So, you know, you can start your day with some writing, creative writing. That's always a good way to start writing, actually, in the morning. But I just want to start by saying, when I think of the written word, I think of it in the same way that I think of a performance. You know, like there is some performance involved in writing. It's the act of writing. We're going to talk about the act of writing. And when you're approaching that blank page, or even the electronic page, think of it, if you will, as a sacred space, in as much as you would consider that open stage a sacred space, for it to receive your talents, for it to receive your communication and your voice and your body. It's the same kind of idea. And, you know, it's just like filmmaking. It's like you put good in and you're going to get good out, you know? And so I'm probably going to be repeating that message throughout this session today. But so that's where I start. And when I think about approaching the blank page or the electronic page to receive the inspiration, I mean, I think it's the ego that wants to think of inspiration as coming, you know, it comes forth from us. But I always think of inspiration as being those spirit messages. It's like that collective consciousness that is like floating around and with this brilliance, you know, and all we need to do is plug in, man, or open up and, you know, to receive that inspiration, if you will. So, you know, when you're considering that source, that's when you start to think, oh, then this whole act is very sacred, you know. It's a sacred performance, if you will, and you engage with spirit in that way. And again, this just makes it like a really special thing. I think, oh, you know, you could say very, very casually, oh, I'm a writer. Well, heck, there's so much, you know, that's such an important thing. And just to, if anyone's interested, I'll just say that, you know, as Indigenous people, I think of writing as being a stepping stone that really is going to bring us back to the oratory. So the idea of the written word conveying those things, it really is going to kind of bring us full circle back to the act of storytelling and the oratory of where we come from, of our origins of where we come from. And there's nothing wrong with engaging in the written word and the books and the things that all of that encompasses, because it does, you know, we're looking for ways and avenues in which to approach an audience or find an audience or share the messages within our writing. So any way is a good way. Don't let nobody tell you that, you know, your writing doesn't belong in any kind of area. It belongs everywhere and then some. And I love and especially now where we are really seeing lots of hybrids of the artistic practice. And that includes, you know, literature and film, and literature and dance, and literature and performance art, you know. So it's really, really very exciting. And maybe Meeka knows, because we do this we kind of talk about this and engage in that process at the Banff Center. So I'll just do a little plug for that if anyone's interested. So for the past 3 years, we have been able to offer the Indigenous storytelling and spoken word residency at the Banff Center. And this, of course, last year we got cut short because of COVID events. And but we are in discussion now to do a hybrid of like virtual and on-site residency for 2022. And that's going to be in June. So look for that, registration if you're interested. It's really, really quite a wonderful, gosh, how can you say, like, it's, people just get so much out of it, you know, as do I. So as we carry on and we're thinking about, you know, how we approach the page, that's step one. And I don't mean to make it like, you know, 10 steps to easy, you know, writing, because writing can never be easy. It's not that easy sometimes. But if we're carrying on, then maybe we look at ways to either conquer that that empty page or to work in harmony with it. And before we even talk about lifting the words on the page, let's talk about the words on the page and you know, how we can kind of think about that. And I always say the most powerful work comes from your own experience. I mean, the truth within writing your own experience translates automatically. The reader, the audience, however you're presenting that, really is going to pick that up. So keep your stories with you, or at least have a very deep relationship with the stories that you're conveying, and just keep it there, because trust me, that will make for strong, interesting, authentic, engaging writing. Now, how can we do that? And sometimes if you do get stuck, that's a reality and a common thing that happens with writing, is like, oh my gosh, where do I even begin? How do I organize these thoughts? How do I organize this story? And, you know, I go to some different places Oh, there goes Kevin. Bye, Kevin. Kevin's sending a chat. Bye, Kevin. It's good to see everybody out there. So I have some different things I'm going to share with you. And these are just really, simple things that you can just pull up on your own. So I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully I do this right. I'm Auntie. Kevin was talking, he's pushing 50. Brother, I'm pushing 60. And I'm still trying to, get a handle of the technology. So, just, bear with me. Let's see if I can. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay, host, I need you to enable me. Shall I try? Oh, he's still disabled. Hang on. Okay, I should be good now. Okay, let me try this now. Okay, I got a few things open. Let's see where we're gonna go here. Let me go whiteboard and see what's here. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Let's see what I got here. What's this? Oh, that's some of my stuff. Hang on, let me try again. Wait a minute. Where is my Chrome? There it is. I think this is me here. Okay, this is my Chrome here. This is what I want to show you guys, but not this right now. Hang on, let me get to the right tab. Tabaroonie. Okay, so can you guys see that? Yes, okay, good, thumbs up. So this is just an example of a writing prompt, and the internet is full of these things. Google writing prompt, and there's all kinds of different ways that, there's writing prompt generators. So if you can't get there on your own, the good old Google can help you to kind of start yourself off. And, so say, for example, here's person A, and this might be for storytelling or for poetry or whatever the genre that you're practicing. So let's just say, okay, so we're going to go Meeka in here. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, I'm sharing. I have to do it on the thing. Wait, see if I can do. Yeah, here we go. So let's go here as person number 1, and then we'll go Ronnie, because I saw Ronnie on there. And we'll go generate. Here's your Ronnie snuggling up to Meeka because it's cold. Oh, that's rumor generating. This is not rumor generator. We're not trying to get there. But okay, so this is a sexist little generator, but we can try another. I have another generator in the waiting room here. So let's just get rid of that one. Now here's another one. So this is like opening lines, and just go Google opening line generator, and it'll just take you on this little journey. Last night I dreamt I was in a hospital again. Whoa, again. That word again is like the most engaging word. It's like what happened before, and then what's gonna happen now. So and then you just refresh this page, and it gives you like, you can say, it'll give you 10 different opening lines just to get yourself started with. Why should my husband read my aunt's eulogy? Wow, like that's loaded. Number 1, why did your aunt die? And number 2, who you married to? And number 3, why is what's the eulogy gonna say? And who are you? And so, yeah, there's lots of information in these little prompts here. And I believe I had one more prompt generator to share with you. So this one is cool. This is for poets in particular, because you can say, okay, I'm just gonna go like with say 6 words. I just want 6 words to start me off. And the number of challenges, let's go like really challenge ourselves with 3. And you can click this. Of course, you can include an image with that, and you go get your prompt. Here's your prompt, includes many following words. So then, it's saying, use the word parachute, use the word drenched, use the word curb, parsnips, unfurls, strumming. Like you're challenging yourself, because some of those words are not words that we would normally use in our everyday vocabulary, as far as I'm concerned. So maybe you do use those words, but anyway, and then it further instructs you, mention 1 or more usual or interesting animals in your writing, mention an aspect of agriculture or farming in your writing. And, for Indians living on reserve or in the rural areas, that might not be too much of a challenge. But anyway, so just to let you know, that, you know, there's different ways to kind of get you started. So I just wanted to kind of like lay a little bit of a foundation in terms of getting the words on the page first before we start lifting them off of the page. So don't fear if you feel like you are stuck. There's means and ways. And I'm going to show you another thing that I use when I teach and do mentoring. And that is seeing if I can, let me get rid of this and see if I can work in another thing. I want to show you another thing here. There's all of these things. Yeah, I'm going to see if you guys can see that. Can you see that? Meeka, can you see that? Okay. So, oh, this is the good one I wanted to show you. I'm going to show you this other one here first. So if you're using a visual prompt, which is also like a really good way to go, I'm going to recommend that you use not something like this. This is the example of what not to use, because it's just too much. I mean, this is a collage piece that was created by Alex Jacobs, and Alex is Mohawk from Akwesasne. But I tried to use this once as a writing prompt, and the participants just got too overwhelmed. There's so much in there, you know, lots of good words you can snatch out of this visual, but it's overwhelming. So my recommendation is to use the more accessible one. This is a piece by Alfred, I want to say, pardon? Oh, shoot. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay. Oh, sorry. I see. Can you just hear sound strip? You didn't see the last example? Did you see the last example that I was talking about? No? Oh yeah. Okay. Let me share screen. See, this is why I don't know how to do this stuff. Sharing is pause. Bring your shared window to the front. I'm trying. Let me try. Okay. Can you guys see that or no? No. Okay. Let me see. Resume sharing. Can you guys see that? No? It's a collage piece, no? Okay, let me see what's happening. Let me stop sharing for 1 second, and then I'll try it again. Okay, here we go. Frickin' technology. Okay, bear with me here. Can you see that? Can you see the image now? Oh, shit. Okay. I know.
I can see the image on an image on the right, the living natural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it
can't
doesn't
really,
come up large?
No, it just stays in the finder, but I can see the little bit of the picture.
Okay, let me try something else here. Let me try something else. So when I share you guys can see my desktop now, right? No? Okay, you know what? F it. We're gonna go on and talk about, because we want to keep this flowing, and we do want to give people time to get to the writing part of what we're doing today. So let's do that. So there are 3 questions one can ask if you are really interested to know exactly who they are. And the one question, and if you would please, if you're participating in the writing, write this down, because this is so simple you won't even friggin' believe it. It's like you ask someone, and you're gonna be asking yourself so we can get into this writing exercise, asking yourself, what is it that is my biggest dream in life? What is my biggest dream in life? Just write the question down. Don't write the answer yet. And then the next question is, what is my biggest fear in life? What is the biggest fear that you have in life? And then the third question that really gets to the core of who you are is, what are my biggest challenges in life? And really, really be honest with yourself and really go deep. There is no editor in this process, only your own story and your own truth. So with those three questions, this is a launching pad for a piece of writing for yourself. And if you want to answer only one of those questions, or if you want to answer two or all of the questions, this is what we're going to work with right now. And I'm going to time us. We're just going to take 5 minutes to write. I mean, you know, sometimes the hardest part about writing is getting the butt in the chair and getting it on the page. So take full advantage of this opportunity. I'm going to keep a time for us with my little stopwatch here on my phone. And we're going to take 5 minutes. So choose what you're going to respond to. And what was the third? Oh, the third question again was, what is your biggest challenge in life? The biggest challenge. Thank you for asking that. So if everybody's ready, we're going to take 5 minutes and you may begin. Here we go. I'll just keep time. I wish I had some little music. We'll just take 5 minutes.
Janet, as we're writing, should we be thinking sort of deeper, or how much time in general, like after the workshop, should we be starting the writing process?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that question.
Oh, like so I mean, we can't do the whole of the workshop now, but as we're beginning to write, should we be mindful of setting times, or how long should we give ourselves to answer those three questions?
Oh, well, we're doing a 5 minute write right now. And so, I mean, but this is just to kind of get you past the blank page stage of things. So whatever you can get down in 5 minutes, it's just a frame to kind of get you in the door. It's a portal, if you will. And then you can keep that writing and continue to work on it after the fact. or edit it out, or, you know, add to it. Absolutely. So it's just a matter of, you know, getting yourself to sit down and get something in on the page to work with. Yeah. And it seems like a, you know, kind of a remedial way to approach it, but again, sometimes it's the hardest thing, you know. And just, you know, maybe some people do need that permission just to stay honest with themselves and to, you know, really go deep, give yourself permission to go deep. Yeah.
Yeah, I truly appreciate it, because I know I'm writing my dissertation and on my great grandmother's stories, and so the use of her language, and you know, sometimes it just feels like it's too much, and so I appreciate the opportunity to do this kind of, like, just sit down and use any prompt. There's books, I've seen those, like 1,001 questions, or questions about me, like just those. You just sometimes. Sometimes they're called morning pages, you know, like that, just that creative starting every day to.
Yeah, it's the writing muscle. I'm not a disciplined writer. I wait for the good stuff to come through. I wait for the inspiration to come so that it's the most kind of powerful it can be. It's ripe for the picking, if you will. And then I go at it from there. So we're at 4.5 minutes. Almost done our 5 minutes, and just hang tight with your writing. We're going to talk about a couple of other things before we turn it over, and hopefully we'll have time for some sharing at the end of our session. So we're almost at 5. Keep going, man.
Awesome. Yeah, we have about 15 minutes left in the segment, so
cool.
Hopefully people are writing, and our participants are going to be willing to share some of their takeaways.
That would be great. That would be great. And then we'll talk about how to lift that piece, how to lift your pieces off the page now. So yeah, we're at 5. Here we go. Okay, boom. How was that? Hopefully that was pretty exciting for everybody. And, you know, so just keep those 3 questions handy. And, you know, you can kind of like pose them to others too, to find out exactly who they are, because those 3 questions really help us get to the core, you know, kind of distills all of the noise around, you know, trying to identity and who you really are and things like that. So now I'm going to read to you a piece that was turned into an audio. It was probably, you know, one of my early audio pieces. And it's called We Were Stars. And actually, Ronnie, it's so funny because Ronnie, to do the audio for this, I used one of Ronnie Dean Harris's audio pieces, which he, you know, I think we had a deal going to use that. So this is called When We Were Stars. And then I'm going to share the audio piece with you for this. And then we can talk about just what kind of audio additions and what part audio plays in sound and noise and song plays in lifting the poem off the page. So this is called When We Were Stars. I used to be homeless. You were too. No land, no politics, oxygenless astronauts, galaxies without parameters, lucky stars waiting for wishes. We used to gaze upon the globe and you'd say, looks like suspended marbled water. I liked the light and shadows, the way the bowl transformed to a cup, then a knife, and back again. The other stars made lightning trails blazing past us to their end. Let them go, we'd sing, without dominion for our souls. It was all so simple. Then I fell, and you did too. Landing in very different territories, miles away from each other. And the politics between us only grew. So let's hear that same piece. Thank you. That was from Unearthed, a book that I had published in 2011, 10 years ago. Holy heck. And yeah, let's see if we can make the audio happen on this thing. Okay, this is When We Were Stars.
used to be homeless. You were too. No land, no politics. Oxygenless astronauts, galaxies without parameters. Lucky stars waiting for wishes. We used to gaze upon the globe and you'd say,
looks like suspended marbled water.
I liked the light and shadow, the way the bowl transformed to a cup, then a knife, and back again. The other stars moved so fast, racing past us to their end.
Let them go.
Without dominion for our souls, it was all so simple. Then I fell, and you did too. Landing in very different territories, miles away from each other. And the politics between us only grew.
There. How did you like that? Is it good? So that's an example of how when you get to recording your piece, you can enhance the narrative of the piece with sounds and song and beats and noise and instruments and things like that. There was, in that particular track, I was using a metronome because the piece talks, there's a timelessness, there's an element of timelessness within the poem itself. And I just thought this metronome would kind of help enhance that idea. And I don't know if Ronnie is still on the call, but that was one of your tracks. I think it was called Old School, man. If I recall correctly, that track was called Old School. And then the drum on top of that. And then I had the additional male voice in there to create like this conversation. And that's just, that's how that went. And, not every piece that you write, I just want to say, not every piece that you write is going to want to live off of the page. Some of the poems are happy just to stay on the page. They're happy and content just to live within the leaves of the book, so leave them there. But the ones that want to jump off of the page, they're going to let you know which ones they are when you go to read them aloud. And that it's a very important part of deciphering, making that distinction between what pieces want to, kind of be birthed into a different area and which pieces just want to stay on the page. And those ones that want to live off of the page, they're going to have a strong visual element. They're going to have a lot of passion written into them, and they're going to have a strong visual as well. So keep thinking about that in terms of which pieces you want to further develop, because I'm certain, you just can't develop all of them. All of your babies can't put on clothes and go to school. Some of them just stay at home with mommy. Anyway, in terms of that, do people have questions, or do people want to start to share anything that they wrote? Do people feel compelled to share that? Eugene, we have about 20 minutes. I'm just trying to read the chats to keep up with everything here.
Great. Meeka, you look like you were writing. Did you want to share a little bit about your reflections?
Sure. I was really distracted though, because we've had a bird that has been coming into our wood stove pipe and comes out the front and flies around the house. And then I have to go and open the door and let it out.
That's a great writing prompt.
That is a great writing prompt. Oh my gosh.
Right?
Yeah. So as I was writing, I was like, oh my gosh, the bird is back. And then I had to it literally flew, I think, right in front of the camera even. And then I had to go open, but I was thinking of that too, of how what I was writing and then how those things that happen can influence that writing as well, because it happened 2 days in a row, yesterday and today. And I was really thinking about how it felt to me, as if it was some sort of confirmation of some type of good thing that was going to happen.
Like what kind of bird? Yeah, what kind of bird was that? Because there's all kind, that bird is carrying information, as far as I'm concerned.
A small little bird about that big. It's brown, and it came and flew in, and then it goes into my room, and then I have to ensure it goes into an area and then open an opening or create an opening for it to be released. So I was thinking as I was writing, because I was thinking about how I was at my mother's lands and we were looking out from the beach together, and we were saying how our people her biggest dream for her people was for them to just be able to live with one another on their lands again. It wasn't this complex, because when I started to think about what's my biggest dream, I was thinking about the environment I want to create for myself. And then I was like, no, that's not my biggest dream. My biggest dream in life is for our people to be able to truly live on our lands with our people in a way they can truly be who they are. Just be able to be who they are.
Yeah.
And to be able to live, not to have to hustle and suffer and be who they're not all the time. Yes. And so that was when I really dug deeper, other than my own bubble and environment. That is what came out. And then the bird came.
It's a story. You're telling us a whole story.
It is a story. It's got to be written down now.
Yes,
that's to the page.
As soon as it happened, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be written down. Yes.
Right on. Beautiful. Good.
And maybe it's a relative that's visiting.
I think so.
Well, my dad's been coming to me for 2 days. And then this morning, Daryl brought that feather and talked about my father. And I was like, okay, Dad, I'm listening. Ready. I'm open now.
Nice.
To hear your messages.
Yeah. Yeah, right on. Oh, thanks for sharing that, Meeka. That really, it kind of brings us back to the first point about, inspiration being actually spirit messages, that we just have to kind of almost condition and train ourselves to listen, to be able to hear in that way. You think, oh, that's just an idea. Is this just an idea that crossed my mind? Well, let's go further with that, see where it takes you, because these things are they're really gifts. And I know I'm not saying anything that people don't know already. I think people are pretty aware of how it works, and what your own relationship is with spirit and so on and so forth. So, but it's good to reiterate sometimes. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I know we're coming in on the last couple of minutes, but we have had some people online. I see some comments from Janelle saying that she could continue to be writing, and so just wanted to let you know that that's the kind of work that we have to be doing, because we've got so much. We were talking about language work. Part of the work that we all need to be doing is making sure that our stories find voice. And so we love that we're doing this in a virtual way, but yeah, we need to take the time and make that a priority in our daily lives to be able to put those on the page as well. So
yeah,
thank
right
you.
On. Yeah, right on. So yeah, that's so honest and so real. Anybody else wish to share? We're going to just, kind of, if anyone has a really burning desire to share, this would be the time to do that. Colleen, you ready, girl? Okay, let's hear from you.
Mine was just right in the now. I didn't know what to say, but my biggest dream is kind of like Meeka's. to reunite, for everybody to reunite in harmony and in peace, and to love one another. There's so much chaos in the world now, right? Like, that's my biggest dream, is just to see that love, happiness, you know, peace. My biggest fear is death, abandonment. And my biggest challenge is living day to day, like right from morning to night. That's my biggest challenge.
Colleen, thank you. Thank you. That's really, really deep, heartfelt sharing. Thank you for that. That's so wonderful.
Yeah.
You know, on this note, I'm getting the 2-minute sign here. So we are going to wrap it up, but I do encourage folks that if you felt moved, you know, within these writing prompts, to please follow through. There's never been a time more important, and every day we can say that every day, that there's no time more important than now to share our voices. And you know, and that kind of works in parallel with, again, the language. The language needs voice. And the voices are our voices. And this is a really important time, because there has been no other time greater than now where we've had the honest ear of those who are other than ourselves listening. And now is the time to interject and claim space for our voices to tell these stories, because without our voices, this nation, our occupied territories known as our nation, the history is incomplete. And I think that more so than ever, that reality is being more and more understood. So I just want to kind of make that passionate statement about the importance of writing and speaking and claiming space in the arts for us. That's what we're doing. It's radical, man. It's beautiful.
Radical, man. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, Nyawa, yes. And where can people find some of your work?
Yeah,
you can put that in the chat.
Yeah, thanks, Kinwa, for saying thank you. So I'm a new publisher. Oh, it's so exciting. When I got home in summer of 2019, I started a publishing label, and it's Ojisto Publishing, and it's www.ojisto, OJISTOH.com. And you can see some of the video poems that I have produced there, the audio poems, and also the books that are available there. And I've just published a Six Nations author. She's a new author, and she's a social worker who didn't expect to be an author, but now she is, because I recognized the importance in her stories. And I said, hey, did you want to make a book out of this? And she goes, yeah, sure. And so we started this journey together as a new publisher and a new author. And the book is called Memory Keeper. And it is stories about her mother as a residential school survivor, but also really fun stories of her growing up in a time when it was just simple. Like there was, you know, simple in terms of going out to play on a tree branch, going out to collect hickory nuts with your friends, talking about all of the crazy, quirky res nicknames, talking about stealing cars with your girlfriend, you know, like just fun stories like that too, as well as the good information about being an intergenerational residential school survivor. So, you know, we're really proud of the book, and it's available there on the Ojisto Publishing label. So Meeka, thanks for inviting me in. You know, like I love to make that connection with the West Coast again. You know, like I said, that was a good chunk of my life out there, man. And it's really, really good to be home. But I love that I have the history and the connection with the West Coast people. Y'all are awesome. Yeah.
Shimiigwech. Thank you, Janet. We hope that you'll stay and be involved over the course of today and tomorrow. And thank you. I'll call on Njitsil shortly, but just wanted to say again, in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll be starting our showcases. And so as over the hour, and I think it's a little bit longer than an hour today, an hour and 10 minutes. But Njitsil, are you ready to provide a little update on how this morning has been going? We'll do a quick check-in.
Sounds good. Can you hear me and see me? Awesome. So this morning, we heard from Elder Daryl Minnabarriet, and I love this quote here. It says, walk in balance on the red road with a good heart, clear mind, ears and tongues in unity. So I thought that was a beautiful way to start our morning. Sharon also gifted us with the importance of teaching language, giving children their power back. And I love that full circle picture that Sharon brought to us with the importance of language. We then heard from Kevin Loring with his buns, he was saying, Princess Leia buns. Just kidding. I made them look like the proper headphones for you there, Kevin. So we heard about his love letter to Lytton and how his work really is to counter the effects of residential school, and that's his life's work. We heard about the wax recording of the Medicine Man songs. We also heard about an amazing gathering that took place in Lytton in 2013 that focused on stories, language, song, elders, celebration. So that was this beautiful story that we were gifted. Also, we then spoke with Ronnie Dean Harris. He told us about the importance of language, how it's encoded with symbols, syntax, oral traditions, and further understanding the cosmology of these stories, and that importance in understanding the language. So all of those will be further relayed here. And yeah, I think we're now moving into the showcase. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Njitsil. We do have a little bit of time before we start. I thought it might be helpful to maybe share on your process. We've been reflecting on sort of the written word, but you take the story and put it onto your space there. So what's been your journey to get to this?
Yeah, thank you so much for asking. I never really have time. I'm always like, check it out. But yeah, so my story actually, 2 years ago, I lost someone very important to me, two people very important to my life and my journey. And then all of a sudden, what happened? Black Lives Matter happened, the pandemic happened, and I'd had these skills, I'd had this training, and I thought, this is such a beautiful, perfect moment to bring those stories that are, like the wax recording, bringing them to life, or things that have, say, remained on paper in a report. It was also a way for me to amplify Indigenous voices. And so for me specifically in my business, I focus on working with Indigenous organizations, Indigenous youth, all from across Canada, but also I've worked some international, and I have connections with New Zealand. So my business really though is about amplifying the good work that you all are doing, and to bring that to light. And for me, I get a lot of joy, a lot of passion. And so for me, it's a hand-drawn for now, and then I digitize it so then people can share it, social media, you could have it printed on your reports. So again, bringing those voices to the stage. And that's what I feel like I get to do with what I do with graphic recording. So thanks for letting me share.
Oh, that's totally awesome. Yeah, I in my work with a number of organizations, drawing change, I tend to work with a number of graphic facilitators, and it's so beautiful to see how each of you kind of have your own unique talents and expertise to be able to it's a beautiful way to witness the work that this deep work that we're doing. So thank you, Chiwech. Okay, so we have a couple more minutes before we get into the showcase at lunch. I was wondering if Meeka would be open to sharing a little bit more about the presentations that we're going to be seeing over the lunch hour.
Sure. You guys can hear me okay? Awesome. Yeah, I just had to deal with the bird again. The bird came in my house again. I had to run out and like open the door. It did go out this time for sure. And yes, totally going to do a writing piece on that one. The showcase coming up, we have a really incredible young woman. Her name is Kalila Rampidin. She's based in Nuu territory. I know her family, and I know I met her through just a variety of seeing her at a lot of activist events, protector events as a youth. Just an incredibly strong young person who I just, as soon as I witnessed her music, I knew that she would be leading this. I just saw her as like leading this youth movement of artists and musicians with her stories, and she's really dedicated to learning the language, and her family has spent so much time on the land, living off grid and really on their territories, gathering all their foods, living with their family in that way that is the dream of, that I shared my biggest dream of. They're really doing it, and it hasn't always, it's not easy, that's for sure, but they're so rich in their lives. So that, and she now has taken on her new channel name of Hasatuk, and she will share what that means. Sorry, can you remind me who's on the showcase again? Sorry, I'm kind of mixed up.
Yeah, and then we have the Secwepemc language song that's courtesy of the Skeetchison Community School, and composer and writer Darcy Deneau, and he'll be joining us later this afternoon, right?
Yes, unfortunately, we weren't able to get a copy of the song. We did show it last year. They changed over some staff, and they don't have access to it anymore, but we do have Darcy coming on. Now, I met Darcy. He's a Secwepemc man from Skeetchison, and he took a course with me years ago that I designed called Indigenous Representations of Storytelling. He was an incredible student. Just, he created some great work. He was another one that I, working with him, I realized, wow, this person is a leader in some way. He ended up getting his education in Secwepemc language. He's now a Secwepemc language teacher, and he worked with the Skeetchison Community School and developed a song, a hip hop rap song. He rapped all in Secwepemc. And I just found this so captivating because he got the kids to learn it as well, and they performed it. What I thought was just so incredible about that is exactly what Leela Gilday was saying yesterday about how she's been learning her language since the pandemic, and how she's trying to learn it so that she can write the songs in the language, not write a song in English and translate it. And that's the first time I really thought about the differences of that. So Darcy is going to be one of our knowledge keepers on the panel and express his experience of learning the language and transferring it to youth, and then working with youth in contemporary forms. And then who's after that? Is it Spiritual Warriors?
Then we have Saltwater Hank, and then the Spiritual Warriors. Yes.
Saltwater Hank is just, he's someone that came onto my radar through mutual friends, Jason Camp, but also our Arts Wells family. He's just such every time I see Jeremy, his name is Jeremy Paul, and talk with him more, I always think, like, I always fangirl him. I'm like, we gotta be friends. I want to hang out with you, because he's just such a cool guy. And to see him express himself through video and his music, he's a fiddler. He plays just a variety of music, but he incorporates the language into his music and storytelling about the land. He lives right out on the land. He's on the water often. He does some of his, you'll see in the video that he records some of it on his boat. I just really am so impressed about his dedication, and he knows the importance, how he really feels how important it is for us to learn our language, and so that we can be able to transmit it to the younger generations, to keep it going. He's very serious about that, and so it's very evident in his music, how that comes across. And then Leroy Joe, from the Spiritual Warriors, he'll be on our panel as well with Russell Wallace. The Spiritual Warriors started as a band called Kalanwit, and I hadn't heard of them until it was very interesting how it happened. He was stopped at some road work. My husband is a scaler, and so a high scaler. So his brother, Mike, saw him, and they started talking, and he said, "Oh, my brother has a band, and they're playing, they're an Indigenous band, and they're playing in Lillooet. If you're heading there, go check them out." So he actually ended up meeting me through that. We became familiar with his music, and I immediately, as soon as I listened to his CD, I mean, we didn't take it out of our player for probably 2 years. It was just like our anthem. I just loved hearing, I knew a lot of the songs because I am part Statliam, and we were able to, so when you hear the songs with the drum and then you hear it to a reggae beat, it's like all of a sudden you're singing it and you don't even realize that you know the songs. And I just felt it was so uplifting, so beautiful. And then I learned more about the Spiritual Warriors and how they came up with their work is through studying the language, developing contemporary forms of it. And their band has just gotten better and better. They went from Kalanwit now to the Spiritual Warriors. Leroy has his daughter singing with him, which is just a beautiful thing to see them up there, this intergenerational band singing in their language. And so I really, have such high regard for Leroy and Russell and their work and in Statliam language. And yeah, it's I'm really honored to be able to present their work. And so Kalila's video that we're going to be watching, Hasatuk, was a part of the Indigifest performances, which were funded by First Peoples Cultural Council. She allowed us to use it for the use of this Confluence. The Spiritual Warriors, they I believe were showing the Chilliwack, either the Chilliwack version or the Bubba's Cave. I'm not sure. I should know this, but yesterday I thought we were presenting JB's from Chilliwack, but it ended up being from Bubba's Cave. So it could be either. It doesn't matter. Both are incredible. And
they're all talented artists.
All talented.
All talented. Okay, so great. So we're just about to air the artist showcases over lunch. We'll be back at 1:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So make sure you adjust your timeline if you're coming from other Métis homeland, First Nations, Inuit, Nunangat. Please come back and join us. We have another bearing witness session with many of the artists that we're going to be watching over lunch. So we'll see you soon.
Okay. Uklasish Kilila, Kurtitamti Hasatuk, Histakshik Sahuzat, Ushkismaat, Yosumi Nina Hewan, Klaihoals. My name is Kilila. My Nuchanoth name is Hasatuk, which means loud, vibrant voice in Nuchanoth. I am Nuchanoth as well as Cree and Finnish. Today we're here in the house at Hahutli, Matskuyat, which is formerly was the location of the Christie Residential School, which is the longest standing residential school here on the West Coast. So this place has a very painful history, but as well as this being the homelands of my people and where my grandma grew up on my father's side and where all my ancestors have been for thousands of years and thousands to come. This first song I'd like to share is called The Grandmother Song, and I wrote this one for my grandmothers, to just say thank you for everything that they've been through and everything they go through to have helped raise me to be who I am today and to where I am today. My grandmother on my father's side went to the day school in Ahousaht, just the 40-minute boat ride from here, and my grandmother on my mother's side went to the convent in Alberta. And so it's especially a hard year for all of our people, with everything that has happened, and we've known of the history of the residential schools and of Canada for a long time, but it's just now coming to light for everyone else. And so I wrote this song to show gratitude for my grandmothers, and I'm sure there's many others of grandmothers and people, and how much hardship that they've been through, but they're still here today and they're still strong. So this is what this song means. She was born amidst the waves where the mountains meet the sea. Strong, proud, and beautiful, with roots that run deep. She's the reason that I got this fire burning inside. She taught me that I got endless possibilities in life. She showed me the way to be the woman that I'm meant to be. She showed me the way. I fought all her life just for me to be free. She was born and raised in the high prairie. The smell of sweet grass and Labrador tea. She's the reason that I never back down from a fight. She taught me that I gotta stand up for what's right. She showed me the way the woman that I'm meant to be. She showed me the way. Fought all her life just for me to be free. Two strong Indigenous women's resilience and legacy. Two grandmothers that showed me how to be wild and free. She taught me that I gotta march to the rhythm of my home beat. She taught me that I got the power inside of me. She showed me the way the woman that I'm meant to be. She showed me the way. I fought all her life just for me to be free. True. This next song I'd like to share is a song I wrote about 5-6 years ago now. Actually 7, holy. But I was about 14 when I wrote this song, and it's a song about climate change. And I wrote this song when I was living near the river, and I was noticing all of these changes that were happening, and it was getting way too hot way too quickly. and our salmon in the streams were dying. There was a forest fire in our town. It was the first time I ever witnessed that. And it's a song that I can still sing because it's so prevalent nowadays, more so than it was then. And that's a scary thing to witness, to even now. It's a normal thing that we see forest fires every summer. It's a normal thing. It gets really hot or we flood. So it's a song that holds true. And it's something that's really important to me, to speak about. So this is Higher and Higher. Is changing right before our eyes, but you keep feeding us with those dirty lies. Money and greed are a dangerous combination when put in the hands of those corporations, and the water keep on rising higher and higher. Flames keep on climbing. I can smell it in the air. I am angry. I am sad. When I see what you're doing to this beautiful land. If you don't stop your devilish ways, you'll have hell to pay. 'Cause that water keep on rising higher and higher, and the flames keep on climbing. I can smell it in the air. Don't want this to be a memory. You don't want this to fade. Our earth keeps on screaming out, clean up the mess you made. Don't want this to be forgot. Don't want this to be the end. You disconnected and your roots are weak. Now I see why you don't understand that. Well, the water keep on rising higher and higher, and the flames keep on climbing. I can smell it in the air. When are people gonna wise up? Come on, people, open eyes up. When are people gonna rise up? Come on, people, open eyes up. You know you play it like it's just a game. Doesn't always have to end the same. You know you play it like it's just a game. Pointing fingers, but there's no one left to blame, yeah. And that world keeps on shaking, quaking and breaking, and that forest keeps on drying. I can see it everywhere, and the water keep on rising higher and higher, higher and higher. Higher and higher, higher and higher, higher and higher. This next song is Hey Mr. Suit and Tie, and this one, I guess, goes out to all of the people on the front lines right now, fighting for the old growth, fighting for our waters, for our salmon, fighting the pipelines. All the young people activated right now, because like I said, with the climate change, this is our future that we're going into, and it's crucial that we make these changes now, and we stand up now for these things that we hold sacred, these things that we love. So this song is kind of just an anthem for that. Hey, Mr. Suit and Tie, won't you leave our lands alone? Everything was perfect until you claimed it as your own. Hey, Mr. Suit and Tie, you got one chance at life, yet you take it for granted. But we all pay the price. Ain't gonna follow your lead no more. Ain't gonna swallow your fear no more. Ain't gonna buy into greed no more. Ain't gonna follow your lead no more. Ain't gonna swallow your fear no more. Ain't gonna buy into greed no more. Hey, Mr. Suit and Tie, won't you let the waters flow free? Nobody gave you the right to bottle and sell it to me. Hey, Mr. Suit and Tie, won't you leave the lands alone? Nobody gave you the right to. Ain't gonna follow your lead no more. Ain't gonna swallow your fear no more. Ain't gonna buy into greed no more. Ain't gonna follow your lead no more. Ain't gonna swallow your fear no more. Ain't gonna buy into greed no more. 'Cause I'm a product of this day and age. Fist in the air, time to feel my rage. Product of this day and age. Fist in the air, time to feel my rage. Hey, Mr. Suit and Tie. 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 Okay, wait, what song did I... This final song I'll share today is called Meklana, and Meklana in my language means war cry. It's another one of those, I guess, activating songs, but this song is one of the first that I wrote with my dad in like majority in my language. And the Nuu-chah-nulth language is one of those languages where they say is near extinction. But I think it's crucial and important that to use our language as much as possible, and to find a way to contemporize it in a way that we can use it more so in this new world that we live in. And it's really interesting learning more of it from my dad, who's a second language speaker, second learner, and just all the new inventions of the words to fit around this new world. But this song is actually is about the violence against our women in our communities by our own men, and it's just speaks to the generational trauma that has happened to our people, and the way that we keep the cycle going by hurting our own people now. And it's exactly what they wanted. It's exactly what was taught to to us, and in those school systems, in the way that our people were treated. So this song is calling our warriors back, calling our men to be healthy again, to come back to a way of protecting our women and not harming them. So that's what this part in the language speaks to. Nakik na wewak, tkamit hakwak, Lemagsti, ya akwa ish, quizzing chick lufkin, Chakuchpia. What's up, plain whale walk? Wiki shut hit the school. We walk love can Chloe. We have look now, look what you. There was a time our women were treasured, not just for pleasure, supposed to protect her. Spirits were shattered in a million directions. No more protection, just an obsession. What's a clean way walk? Wiki chef hit of cool. We was love king Chloe. We have look now, look what you. Stuffing, find your warrior within. We have look stuffing, find your warrior within. True. And I guess in closing, I just want to say thank you for having me be a part of the Indigifest. It's been a weird year for musicians, especially. But I appreciate this new medium so that I can come to you from my home and to share a piece of it with you, and to continue to share my songs throughout this pandemic. So yeah, Tlahuas, Kliko, thank you very much. And I look forward to singing again for you another time. Chew.
There's more combo. thank you. That was a fiddle tune that I composed, wrote, whatever you want to call it. But my old boat was it was a 12-foot skiff that I named Silamilgi, which means to, would you dance with me? And, there's flies going around. Right now I'm sitting in my new boat, well, not new, like new to me. It was built in '85, in Rupert. Its name is Darlagene, and it's served me really well so far. This is the first time I've played fiddle inside of it. I've played fiddle outside of it before, obviously. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, we're right in this moment. We're sitting just on the other side of Tuck Narrows. We're a short boat ride away from Lochcan, which is Prince Rupert, known as for the last, I don't know, 100 years or whatever, something like that. Oh yeah, I guess you'll hear that every once in a while. The auto bilge, doing its little thing. But yeah, there's a nice, cute little floating dock here that's miraculously, naturally grown some grass on it, and it's a really nice spot because if you're ever kind of like Gwet in our language is like sad or poor about the weather on the outside, you can come up here, and it's very protected. It's like really sheltered up here. So this next one is it's one that I didn't wrote, but I really love playing. I think I overplay it, but I don't really I don't subscribe to overplaying stuff that I play, because I just love this one so much. It's an old time tune. It's an old time tune called Sugar Hill that I hope to be able to continue to overplay it for myself.
Change $10 in a bill. If I had $10 though, I'd climb old Sugar Hill. Wanna get your eye cut out, wanna get your fill. If you wanna get your head cut off, run down Sugar Hill. If you wanna get your head cut off, run down Sugar Hill. said she got mighty sick. What do you reckon, Eller? Drank 3 quarts of sugar top and then her stomach failed her. Wanna get your eye cut out, wanna get your fill. If you wanna get your head cut off, run down Sugar Hill.
Yeah, that's Sugar Hill. Yeah, the fiddle is, yeah, it's kind of something I'm just periodically obsessed with now and then. Yeah, my obsession with the fiddle has lasted just maybe like 3 years now. That's when I picked it up first, was November of 2018, I think. Or was it 17? I don't know. The years kind of just, you know, go by pretty quickly. Yeah. Anyways, I hope you like hanging out in this boat. It's a pretty cool boat. It's little, but it's pretty all right. It you know, brings things in, food wise, and it handles itself okay in the water. The wonderful sound of a tuning fiddle. So, in some algae. There's some catchphrases, kind of like common phrases that people use. There we go. Yeah, and one of them I kind of took and made it, based a bunch of lyrics around it. I guess you call that making a song. People say it differently. It's Nlaka'pamux is what I've heard it as, but I've also heard, you know, people from like different places say it differently. Eekwol. I heard an elder by the name of, well, who's passed on since, Pauline Dudeward. She's from Nlaka'pamux. She says Eekwol. There's a video that I got to be like, I got to digitize of her making fish soup, and she's only speaking in the language the whole time, of course, and she's, you know, putting all this stuff together, and she, you know, she's like Sakotza Nasaib, Sakotza Hon, Guidam Willakotst. And then she, like, that means like you cut up the bones. Yeah. Cut the bones. What did I say? Guidam Willakotst. That's like, that's where you cut it. And she like puts it in the pot, and she says Eekwol, and that's like, that's how it is. So it's kind of like, I don't know. That's probably the best translation. That's how it is. That's how it is. So yeah, this next song you're not gonna understand, and there's, sorry, pardon me for this brief interruption, but there's a bunch of, the black flies have found me finally. Why did I think this was such a great idea? Anyways, yes, we'll do a couple of verses of this one. Nlaka'pamux. And I'll tell you what it's all about after. I'm just gonna do it. Didn't play golden That's how it is. So, that's how it is, you know? The first one is like, it's really basic, I guess. Yeah. Dimsek Gultum Samai, which means will directly, in the future, short future from now, we will again, shake is the word for to again, to do something again and again. But it means like recent. So like if you were out doing something yesterday and you were like dimshake this, and then you'll be like, I'm gonna do it again very soon. Yeah, dimshake samai. I'm going to again soon pick berries. Samai. So that means when it's good out again. When it's when it's not pouring down rain. I wrote that line when it was like, so last summer we had like a horrible, not horrible, I mean like, you talk about rain, and that was rain last summer, and but did some berry picking in the rain. Picked a lot of blueberries. Blueberries were really good last year, and oh no, sorry, I missed that translation. The dimplake goat is like to pick, and then samai is blueberries. That's what I was talking about. Nilawal. That's how it is. Yeah. So yeah, I've got a lot of blueberries. That was really good. And I was talking to Teresa Lowther. She's like my language hero for Somalia, and just talking about the word "fake" and how that works. And then she was like, well, why don't you guys like go berry picking again when it's when it's not pouring down rain, like, so it's like enjoyable. So that I'm like, yeah, and that kind of fits in like I think like that's how it is, kind of, you know. That's just how it is. And then the other part is I'm like mind blown by this whole thing. So there's this bird called the Swainson's thrush, and it makes a sound, kind of like a swirling upward note that I like to call it. It's like, it starts out with a, and then it goes, and you'll hear them going really haywire in the summertime. But the word for it in our language, the Swainson's thrush, is samikisk, which means to make ripe. So they call it the ripening bird, in a sense. And it is responsible, you know, it's responsible for ripening all the things. It like sings the berries into being ripe, you know, kind of how people like, yeah, and they say like singing to plants is like good, and there's like all kinds of research, you know, not that science has been around for very long, not as long as the Samikisk knowledge and traditional knowledge has. But yeah, you know, there's like science that backs like singing to plants. Singing to plants is like good for them. And they, yeah, the Tsimshian say that the Samikisk is responsible for making the salmon berries ripe. And, you know, I've heard some people say that it's responsible for making everything ripe, that they sing all of the summer things into ripening. And it's if you've experienced it, then you know, like we were picking salmon berries earlier, and it was like, you know, the Samikisk were out, but they weren't really singing lots, and you know, there was a lot of green salmon berries when they had just started singing. And yeah, I was talking to Terry more about it. Huhuth is her traditional name, Huhuth. And yeah, she said you gotta wait until they start really going haywire, as she put it. Wait until they start singing constantly, and then the berries are gonna be really ripe, and you're gonna have to get lots. Yeah, so we waited a little bit, and we went down to the spot, the good spot to pick. Everybody's got those, right? And you know, there was lots, and the berries were ripe, and the birds were really, you know, the Samikisk were really going haywire. They were going constant, you know, and just like this. See? Hear it, I guess I should say. That's Nlaka'pamux. That's how it is, you know, that's how it goes.
Cooksferry Band, ik moet gezegd nog Meeka, Shachomish to Meeka. Cooksferry, we're here at Bubba's Underground Studio in the land of the Shachomish. I'd like to shout out to all the evacuees from Lytton and all those that are out there. All the evacuees right now. There's a lot, and you know, we're happy to be here again. I think this is probably our third or fourth year doing the Two Rivers Remix 2021. Cooksferry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mustav. That was a True Love Berry Picking song. The next song I'd like to do is called a love song. It's kind of taken from one of our traditional songs in Litwat.
Thank you so much.
Say the C's, man. Turn it up a little bit, will you? Check, check, check. Turn it up. Thank you. Lovely Daisy Joe. We're going to do a song called Sailor Seas, written by none other than Mr. Russell Wallace here. The famed, the infamous, incomparable. How's it go again? No, I'm just kidding. Louder? Oh, sorry about that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, take away the potlatch. You can't take away the smokehouse. Spiritual warrior of this time. Spiritual warrior of this time. A spiritual warrior of this time. Spiritual warrior of this time. Rock slasher, cold water bathroom, 4-day faster. I'm a spiritual warrior of this time. A spiritual warrior of this time. Spiritual warrior of this time. There we go. Well, these are our ways. This is our time. And you can't take it away. Although you keep on trying. We have always been here. Hope I could be when you hear You can't take away our culture. You can't take away the sweat lodge. A spiritual warrior. A spiritual warrior of this time. A spiritual warrior of this time. Spiritual warrior of this time. Spiritual. Hey, hey, hey. Spiritual warrior. Hey, a spiritual warrior. Woo! The spiritual warrior. You know, it's a good day to be Indigenous. It's a good day to be human. It's a good day to be here at the 2021 Two Rivers Remix. And, you know, we've met a lot of people and amazing people over the years. Thank you, Meeka and their group, especially for having us. That's a real honor. We have, I'd like to introduce the band. We have Russell Wallace here, the incomparable.
Yep.
Daisy Joe.
Beautiful.
Beautiful Daisy, my daughter.
That's where I get my looks from, right?
That's for sure, that's for sure. Micro on the bass, put it down. Got none other than, from New Brunswick, Mr. Rich Doucette. lovely Daisy Joe, and that song was written by Russell Wallace. We got time for one more. We're gonna rock your socks off. Okay, it's called Celebrate. Here it goes. Oh, Hannah, oh, Hannah, oh, Eno, Eno, Eno. 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 Shimawe, Ukwame. Thank you very much. Tours Remix 2021. We are the Spiritual Warriors. Hands up to everybody who did this. Meeka and her group, of course. All the filmographers, whatever. Yeah. Song people. Baba. Love you guys.
Welcome to the virtual feast here at the Stein. I'm your host, Ronnie Dean Harris, aka Oz12, coming to you live from the heart of the Nlaka'pamux territory here in Lytton, BC. How y'all feeling out there?
Clap your hands to this one too. If you want, alright. I'm out of the gate and I'm feeling it out. I'm out of the gate and I'm making this sound. I'm out of the gate. I'm out of the gate. Hey, yeah,
happy to have you here. We have a stellar, awesome, amazing lineup of Indigenous artists and musicians here to nourish your needs for music here. Big Haitzapka, Aichka, Aichkwalwan to you all for joining us here at the virtual feast. So please take care of yourselves, like, share, comment, and all those things. Omath, Asiam, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. What an amazing showcase and the perfect start to our afternoon. I quickly want to let everybody know that we have Nijitsil still working on our awesome graphic recording. And then we have our ASL interpreter, Robert. Woohoo! We also have been joined by a special guest. So before we jump into our bearing witness session, I'm going to throw it over to Meeka because I think she's probably the best person to introduce our next guest.
So I kind of sprung it on my dear, beautiful mother who's joining us today for the language theme of Remix to Revitalization, Unceded Tongues, awesome coin termed by the amazing Russell Wallace. But I would like to introduce my beautiful mother, my mentor, my guide, just the most important person in my life. My mother, Chief Nlaka'pamux, she's a hereditary chief of the Tokwat community of the Nuu-chah-nulth Nation. She has such an incredible background in language, and I just thought this is an opportunity to just have her share with us. So please welcome my mother, Chief Nlaka'pamux, and her traditional name is Wiitsaskum. Take it away, mumsies.
Lama Wiitsaskum, Tai Hawis Tukwat, Wichinuit, Haukun Teachmas, Unut Hawiyah, Unak Maschum. My name is Ann Mack. I'm so happy to see my grandson in the background. Yes, I'm so happy to say a few words. I'm a third generation residential school survivor. And I started my language, the passion for language in the Sakopin territory. I still remember some. But when I returned to my father's territory in 2009, he traditionally seated me with his seat as hereditary leadership of Chubut Nation, which I'm very proud of. And it's been a long journey, a long learning journey. So we had our Muyutlipin, our curtain out, which tells the history and story of our people. And our language, the most important, is what tells our story. And it just, as Chief Dan George would say, my heart soars as I see these young people out there bringing it forward and just making it true again. I love it. So here back in my community, we have a lot of language warriors. We not all may be great students, but we try as hard as we can. And yeah, just love it. We need it. And I love you all. Twin Rivers Remix, thank you. And the medium is through music, through song, through dance, through everything. You're on the right path. Thank you.
Kliko, kliko. Little known fact, I worked for Tokwat a couple of years ago on one of their Indigenous law projects. I was one of their engagements. So happy to contribute to more Nuu-chah-nulth language and learnings. Okay, so this afternoon's first session is called Bearing Witness. We have a number of people who will be joining. And so I hope we can go around the room and do a quick introduction. So I'll let Russell and Leroy Joe and Kalila, Darcy, and then Kim. If you want to just do a quick introduction, then we'll go in. We have about enough time to do maybe a 10 minutes, so we'll do a circle and then come around again and maybe do another 10 minutes. You guys can speak to this remix to revitalization, Unceded Tongues. So can I invite Russell Wallace to come up?
I'm coming up to the microphone, coming up to the stage. Here I am. Katwa alap. My name is Russell Wallace. My father comes from Lilwat Nation and my mother comes from Hachlip Nation. And I am a singer, composer, producer, writer, dishwasher, cook, but yeah, any of those on any given day. Yeah, thanks for having me here. It's great to participate in this because language is a very important part of our lives and culture. And I look forward to hearing from all the people here today. Cooksferry.
Wow. You'll hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. It says pre-pre-pre, Unceded Tongues. Leroy Joe, Shemet Squatchich. Squilach Muxcan, Lilwat Muxcan, Mutashmako Spatlim. Hello, everyone. My name is, my ancestral name from the Spatlim is Pre-pre-pre. It was given to me by my grandfather, was his name. And it basically means cute. So yeah, I gotta live with that. Anyway, I'm really honored to be here. I'm on the road going hunting and I had to pull over and do a brake job at a hotel there. So kind of not where I wanted to be, but here I am. And I'm really looking forward to sharing and listening. It's been amazing so far. What I've watched on YouTube last night. And yeah, thank you. Cooksferry.
Hi, Uklasish, Kelila, Kuitsitamti Hasato, Kistakshik Sahuza, Ush Kismaat, Uhooks not Uiaksu, Nasafluk, Uhooks not Miaksu Akitusis. My name is Kelila Rampanen. I'm New Channel from Hause on the west coast of Vancouver Island, as well as Cree on my mother's side and Finnish on my father's side too. Today I'm here in Victoria, Lekwungen territories, so the people here, and yeah, it's good to be here. My New Channel name is Hasatuk. It's also the name I go by as an artist, which means loud voice in New Channel. So yeah, thank you for having me, and I look forward to hearing everyone speak and share as well. So, chew.
Wait, quite up and squawked, Darcy Donald. Aquas is Quam Ulu, Wachu Mumptwin, Skitchiston, Timilscook, Skitchiston. Spokesman is weeks who white is sweating earlier. Haken, Mr. Chuchkin is Kunukuntwak, is Hapkanwens, is Kalamuchin. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Darcy Denault. I'm from the Secwepemc Nation. I'm from the community of Skitchiston. Lifts my heart to see everybody today. Hopefully we can have a good conversation and a part of revitalizing our languages across Turtle Island.
Great, and we have Miss Christy Lee who has popped in.
I tepu oliol na siam na siaya anthascach playa talitan atlas galech kamal Talitin atlach humasquia misteo. Then Schwalakwa e Telewataf a Skahomish misteo. Haitepka a Two Rivers remix. Ait Tunshqualowin, Quitsni, Quitsnala. Itin Qual Hunkaminum Kun, Ni Hai Tanashquals Kunitamakan. Hey everybody, my name is Skaklia. My name, stage name, I guess, is Miss Christy Lee. I come from Musqueam, and right now where I'm broadcasting from is the village of Skalech, where my home is today. Thanks for having me. It's so great to see everyone. I have good feelings in my heart. It's great to share our Hunkaminam language with everyone today. Thank you all.
Howdy everyone. Howdy Spoozy Kimguchi Klatli Tsaasdi. I am Kimguchi and I am a descendant of the Klatli Tene, which is where I am sitting. My feet are planted here within Klatli Tene territory right now, which is also known as Prince George, BC. Klatli Tene translates to the people from the confluence of two rivers. I'm also a descendant of the Cree Nation as well as the Secwepemc Nation, and I'm so happy to be here and to share and to learn and to be in this circle with all of you. Hi.
Wonderful. So we're just gonna go back around the circle. We have about an hour. So if everybody wants to share about 10 minutes or so, and then we can have a bit of a dialogue and discussion. So we've got a number of participants who are on, who are at the ready to ask some questions. And, for both of you, or sorry, not both of you, all of you to be able to share maybe some thoughts about what others have had to say. So I'll turn it over to Russell again.
Hey. Well, yeah, language is important for sure. And when I'll talk a little bit about the process of my last CD that I put out this year. And it is called Unceded Tongues. And that's a phrase that, we thought about because when I was doing some research, I talked to Dr. Patricia Shaw at UBC, who heads up the Indigenous Languages program there. And one of the things we talked about was like the word unceded, like what does it actually mean? Is it in any of our languages? And we couldn't find any examples of that word. So we had to kind of come up with a phrase for that. And it's something that you don't give up intentionally. And so, we say unceded lands because we never gave them up intentionally. So, and I thought about our language, like, well, our languages, we never gave up willingly, either. So I thought unceded tongues really, says a lot in itself. And I by no means am I fluent in our language, our Statlium language. I'm barely fluent in English some days, but when I'm writing music, I just kind of sing along, usually vocables or something, and vocables are basically words that really don't have any meaning in a language group, or they just kind of help the song along. But when I started adding our language to it, it became apparent to me. It's like, well, maybe this is what I should be doing, is adding language to these songs. And so some of my early attempts were, writing songs that, with language that I knew. So I knew how to count to 5, so I wrote a counting song. And I'm also inspired by Sesame Street, because Sesame Street has a lot of great music, and they teach a lot of great things. So I think it's necessary for us to find ways where we can put language into anything, because language is language has to be shared. Like, and I know I was looking up the word language in American Sign Language, actually. And, you know, I looked at it and, you know, it's like language. And for me, that was like a very strong visual representation. So like two L's coming apart and spreading apart. So like language has to be disseminated. Is that the right word? It's got to be shared. It's got to be put out into the community. It's got to be, you know, we got to use it in different ways. And it's also visual, you know, just like American Sign Language, it's visual. We need, that's one of the issues I find with learning just from tape is like, we don't get the context sometimes because we don't see the speaker's face, and the face contains a lot of information, especially with, you know, a lot of the consonants that are in our languages. Like recording these consonants are, you know, difficult, and so sometimes we miss hearing the full you know, the full consonant in each word. So I do find it important to be in, you know, the same room at least, or, you know, seeing the person's face when they're talking the language. You know, my brother is deaf, and we, you know, we communicate through ASL, and it's we found with the pandemic, we were both wearing masks, and we found it so difficult to communicate. So we had to kind of go away from everybody and take off our masks and communicate, because you know, a lot of things, yeah, a lot of our language comes with context. And so, yeah, you know, facial, you know, emotive type of things really lend itself to our languages and learning. So yeah, that's, I guess, as much as I'll say at this point. I'll hand it over to the other participants on here, but yeah, so any way we could share language is really important, and for me, I am choosing music to share our language.
Cooksferry Russell, thank you. Yeah, wow. You know, I never really talked about how the process is for how I started writing songs with our language, and I never really, you know, got to think about it too much. I just did it, and it happened almost by chance. You know, I've been singing our songs since I was a young boy. Maybe, you know, when I was 3-4 years old, I started learning our songs, Slatlim, Lilwat songs from my grandfather, and also learning the language. I'm not fluent either, but I'm getting there. You know, I can read and write, can speak a little, I can listen, but with music and with the language and how the songs that I make come to me is it happened, you know, it happened in 2007 when I was just playing with one of our songs, the berry picking song, and I found the chords to it, and I thought, well, I could play the melody, and then I was like, wow, I found chords to our song, so I started singing it, and I made a bridge, you know, and it was kind of it was a real a moment in my life that it changed everything for me, but especially with language and reconnection and revitalization of language, because that opened the door to all these other songs that I started to write, and these songs from our people that I started to make it into music. And with my history of being in resistance for our people since I was a young boy. I used to hang out with AIM when I was 10 years old and go to roadblocks and all that. So that's where I'm coming from. So I started to write songs, like the one song called My Land Our Ways. The words mean, Chuaskasti Tamichwa, Nlaka'pamux, Kiklaskasa means this is our land. Don't never forget what our ancestors told us, So for me, and it's continuing on with my next project. And I had a couple of names for now. I think it's going to be called Decolonize and Indigenize. So it's songs of resistance and revitalization. Anyway, going back to language, the way that I see it is I'm saving language as well because it's being recorded. And how I know that is children are singing these songs and they're learning the language. My daughter, she's 23, she sings in the band with me. She's passionate about language and decolonization and cultural revitalization. And my granddaughter, who's 12, just hanging out with my wife and I, she talks about colonization, our decolonization war. So, I think we are doing a good thing. I'm just kind of going all over the board, but I'm really, really honored to be a part of this panel and this whole weekend about this confluence of minds and language and music. It's amazing. I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Okay, language. I guess my language journey started at an early age. Both my grandmothers on my mom's side and my dad's side were English is their second language. My cookum spoke Cree as a kid, and she lost her language at a young age when she went to the convent. As well as my grandmother on my father's side, my Nlaka'pamux grandmother, she spoke as a child and lost the language when she went to day school. And so I think language was not really a part of my life at a young age, but I was fortunate enough I was always like really, I guess, inspired and connected by like our traditional songs, and I was really taken to them as a young kid. I remember before I could even like speak, I would make up traditional songs with like just sounds I could make, and I'd make my whole family listen to them for like too long, but they were patient enough with me, so they just let me sing a song, and then I'd finish and like, that song was for the killer whales, and then I'd go and I'd sing another one. It sounded pretty much the same, but that was my outlet and what really kind of started my interest in music and in language. And I was fortunate enough to, at the time my family was living in Port Alberni, and in Port Alberni there was like a language immersion school, Hahopayuk, which is on Sishat territory there in Port Alberni. And I got to go to Tatneus, which was the preschool in the back, and then all the way through elementary school. And so I was really taken under the wing of the late Nisayaslim, Linda Watts from Sishat. And she just nurtured me and helped me learn the language for the first time. And I was really taken to that, and to all the songs and dances and everything was just really like inspiring and made me really excited and wanting to learn. And I remember at the age of 5 or 6, I was invited to go to a language conference in Campbell River, and I did a whole presentation in my language, and I did the Nakdach dance, which is the duck dance. And I remember feeling just super proud and excited to be able to do this, and yeah, I just felt really proud of who I was in that moment. And I guess from there, that really just kind of spurred into music for me. I really wanted to I was kind of shy at speaking. I still am sometimes, but I always felt more confident if I was singing or if I had a drum or a guitar. I could always feel like I could just talk. So at the age of 8 is when I started performing and writing more contemporary music. My dad was a musician. He is a musician. He taught me how to play at a young age, and 8 was when I really took to it. And the first song I wrote was called O Nlaka'pamux, and O Nlaka'pamux is like, it was the translation to O Christmas Tree, but really means it like, I think it's like O green thing or something like that in our language. But it was the song I wrote on the commercialization of Christmas and how it shouldn't be about gifts, it should be about family. It was a real like cheesy little song, but it was the first one that I wrote, and I really wanted to incorporate the language in it, and like a little Christmas carol that I tried to weave into it. And yeah, and my family was really supportive in helping me and finding me gigs, and I started performing at around 8, and from there I found my voice, I guess, and I found the things I wanted to speak about, which is through my music, which is to do with different issues in our communities, and environmental or extractivism or different things, and again, that was my outlet and how to speak and how to tell of the things that are hurting me or what I want to see change. And during that time, I would try to weave as much language as I could, but still, I'm still a very like beginner learner. And yeah, and then throughout the years, when we would start incorporating more and more language into our family. And my family actually moved out to a piece of traditional territory that we call Cedar Bay, that has been in my family for thousands of years, and it's in a Hausat territory. And yeah, so when we took the move out there as a family full time to live just in our traditional territory, my dad just realized that how important it is that we speak our language, and that it's a crucial part about living on the land is to speak the language of that land. And so we came back out to Port Alberni, and he dedicated that whole time to learning the language, and he became semi-fluent, which is, there's only a handful of second learner speakers, and my dad is one of them for Nuu-chah-nulth. So it was really inspiring to see him do that and to go through all this work and sitting with all our elders while we still have them, and learning as much as he can. And so that again was really inspiring to me. And me and my dad, we always kind of write songs together. That's how we do it. We sat down and have an idea, and then we leave with a song. And so now when we do that, it's I come to him with an idea, and he's like, okay, and then we translate everything, and we to now where my most recent song is majority in my language, and that's what I want to keep doing as I keep going, is use the language of my people, because no matter where I am, and I've been fortunate enough to travel and share my music, it always grounds me and kind of makes me feel like, yeah, my people are with me even if I'm far away. And music is one of those things that kind of, you don't have to understand the language to have that feeling, to understand what it means. And to me, it's my way of kind of beginning to learn again, to understand what I'm saying is through song. So yeah, that's a bit of my journey with language. So, true.
Thank you. That's awesome. I guess music and language it's always been a big part of my life. I grew up without my culture and language. My mom was a survivor. She went to Kamloops residential school from a young age to a young woman. And, she lived through all that and raised my brother and I. And we were without culture until we moved back home to Sketcheston here in our territory. Before then, I didn't know anything about my culture. I didn't even know what, an eagle feather was, or what a drum was, or what a drum did. I was a blank slate. And I guess that was, similar for a lot of young men on my reserve. All of us were around the same age. And, we either didn't have a dad or we didn't have a mom, and we're striving to find something, to find an outlet. And what we found was music. It started out just hanging out and, rapping and freestyling until, we finally started sitting down and focusing on it, and like developing music and making actual, what we call mixtapes, not really albums, but just mixtapes. And we started building up. And then, when you're surrounded by about 5 or 6 other skilled lyricists, that really pushes you to enhance how you write your music. It's not like you could just write your own song and then go with it. But when you're writing with 5 or 6 other people, you got a chance to build and improve your skills. And we kind of helped each other. We learned, the basics of writing, like bars and stuff like that. And we built up so much. And then, eventually, a lot of us, kind of got older and moved on with their lives. And music, I kind of took a break from music, but I was at a point where I was like at a crossroads, and I was going to school for archaeology, and my elders approached me and they said, "Hey, why don't you take a language course?" I was like, "I don't know anything about language." It's like I could count to like 5, count to 10. I could say a couple of greetings, but that's about it. The elder, she said, "Well, just come and join my class. I got 2 classes you can join." And that's where it started from there. At the age of 20 is where I started my language journey. And so the music and the language kind of went side by side, because I always kind of dabbled in the music after that. I wasn't totally into it. And after the years went by, doing the courses, university stuff, and I eventually became a language teacher, certified, and got all of that, got my diploma in proficiency. And one of the schools reached out to me and they're like, "Hey, I know you have hip hop experience from the past." And I was like, "Yeah, it was a long time ago." Then they're like, "How about you help out our new language teacher? We're going to try to rap in the language." And I was like, "Gee, that's impossible," I told him. And he's like, no, you guys just try it out, we'll cover your recording fees and everything like that. So I was like, all right then. So before then, me and my friends, we always thought about making a language song. And because we didn't know the language, or we didn't know the linguistic structure of our language, we couldn't put together a proper song 100% in the language. We could do like one word of our language at the end of a bar, or throw in a couple words here and there, but we can never fully do it from beginning to end, of like a full 16 bars of your language or whatever we did. So me and the teacher, going back there, we sat down and we're trying to think, like, how are we going to make a song in Nlaka'pamux, our language? And we started writing it down, and then he said, well, why don't we listen to other Indigenous artists who rap in their language, and let's listen to how they rap. And we started, we jumped on YouTube and we started listening to other Indigenous artists, and we noticed that their languages were different, but they were able to say it in a way that worked. If you ever listen to Mexican hip hop, Latino hip hop, even like German hip hop, stuff like that, especially with a language like German, which is very glottal and structured, kind of like how Salish languages are. So we listened to how they structured it, and we didn't know a shred of German, but we were able to hear and use our, musical ear to figure that out. So we sat down and we wrote a whole song in the language, and it was a way of trying to reach out to the youth to encourage them to embrace the language more. And it was challenging, but it was fun at the same time. And when it was done, I wrote the language, but there was a bit of slang in there. And I made sure I told my elders, I was like, hip hop is all about, you got to throw some slang in there. It's not all grammatically correct and 100% proficient with English. There's some, you got to bend the rules a bit. So I did that with Squepachine, but you can't really bend the language too far without changing the meanings of words. So, reaching out to the elders as I wrote the music really helped as well. And after that, we wanted to make a whole mixtape in the language, but we took different paths. But I'm hoping we'll come back together again and make another one. But yeah, ever since that young age, when I fully embraced culture and language and music as a method of expressing myself in a good way. It took me a lot of places. I can't lie. Music was great, but being a young parent, I had to make decisions that I had to make, and there's a lot of great musicians out there right now, listening across Canada, across Turtle Island, a lot of great Indigenous artists, whether it's hip hop or country or anything like that. I'm always down to support Indigenous artists through music and their artwork, whatever they do, especially with the Indigenous languages. And as a teacher, I jumped right into it. I thought, I'm going to change the shape of language and I'm going to save the language. But I realized as a language teacher, there's only so much you could do with the time they give you in the schools. You get 30 minutes with the kids every day, and you can only take them so far, right? So I guess the next step is, how do we bring language into the house where it's going to create more. And I think music is a great segue. It's a great tool to bring music into the home. Music is something that connects everybody, whatever genre it is, and whatever way we can incorporate the two is, I think, would be very helpful. And overall, just I'm still on my language journey. I'm still on that, and I still dabble with the music. A lot of my friends, they always want me to jump on one of their songs, but I'm always so busy with everything that I do. But I just you never lose it once you learn music. Once it's like the guitar. Once you get it, you never really use it, and you can always kind of just pick it up and continue with it. Especially with writing music and everything like that. That was my passion. I think I like writing music more than I enjoyed, actually doing the music, because it was so fun. There's such a meticulous method of writing it. You got to structure everything just right, and that's why I like doing our song and our language, because the two kind of matched, right? The meticulous form of our language with the simple but meticulous form of writing music, and they just blended together just nicely. But yeah, before I run off on another tangent, I'll just say that and leave it at that. Thanks.
Miss Christy Lee.
I tepu o ial nisi nisi a anthachaklia to litzen ata homasquiam eaten amitstum to skalek cometh tenawail thana shwala qua a to lewata thana shwala qua a tskahomish musteo thana ten thalamat quathana men ath tsamkin cm thana mamana e komora I almu Sophia e hoya nisiam nisia Tetano smarten than mamana, tetano smarten than mamana, Haitepka than si alaquaas, eaten quel hankaminum kan, Haitepka to ait musteo, yani haitanashkos konitamakan. So, yeah, again, good day, my honored and respected friends. My name is Skaklia, and yeah, I'm Christy Lee, and where I'm from right now, I'm on the village of Skalech. And the reason why I say that in our Hunkaminam dialect is because when I'm introducing myself in our language through our protocol, I'm taught and trained that we are specific on where we say we're from through our language, because it shares with everyone and connects us to where we are and connects through our ancestors and all of that, right? We have all these universal connections through our language that have these meanings. So that's what's a bit confusing about today's time and like colonization and all these things, that it's great that everyone in this city, the city of Vancouver, is learning how to use our language, and we're putting names on things again. And, you know, people are doing the territorial acknowledgements, but we have to keep teaching and keep using the language even more, because my grandma said, my grandma Mary Charles, she said to me, you can't just say welcome to Coast Salish territories, because that covers everywhere, right? Like Coast Salish, our Salish people were in the Oregon coast, we're on Vancouver Island, we're up the mountain, up the river, we're everywhere, right? Like we, that would say everyone is from here, and we have to be specific in our introduction and say where I'm from. So today I'm from Skalech, even though I'm in Vancouver and I'm in Musqueam. Where I am specifically is on the village of Skalech, which is an over 7,000-year-old village site from our people. And oh, hi, honey. What's up, baby girl?
Everybody's being mean to me.
Oh, just a sec.
I'm wondering, Christy, did you want us to move over to Kim? Oh, we've got a little one that's having a hard day. I don't, yeah. Yeah, so Kim, do you want to step in while she's sorting out? We can come back to her.
Sure, I don't mind. I totally understand that when a child enters a space, you give them your attention. And yeah, so wow, I've just learned so much in this short time, and I feel so inspired by everyone. And I can relate to so much that's been said. But we all have this story about where the language began within us. Some of us are born into it. It hasn't been disrupted. That's not my case. I was not born into I was raised with a great grandmother who spoke the language, but at the time I was a kid and I didn't care. I didn't take the time to listen. I would just, you're a kid. You're an innocent kid, and you're sorry. That was my kid actually phoning me right now. So I was raised listening to my grandmother who spoke the Claylee dialect, and she barely spoke English. So I was raised with her in the home, with her cultural like diet and whatnot, but yet I still felt like I was so on the outside of all of that. But now as an adult, and just really coming to learn the importance of language and how it fits in reclaiming culture, and how the language and the land are one, and it's so difficult in translation to describe a word that's in the language, in the English language. And so it wasn't, I think, until I attended the Nlaka'pamux Center in the early 2000s when I realized that it wasn't too late for me to learn. And so it became a part of my project to create from the point of origin. That's what we were taught, to be authentic and to create from that authentic place. And at the time, I still had one surviving grandmother, and her name was Mary Gucci. She was my Atsu, and she spoke the language fluently, and she became one of the language carriers here. I mean, she was, and she taught it to whoever wanted to learn. She worked with the linguists at the university here and also at the college, but the story goes that she wasn't connected to our community because of the displacement, because of some intergenerational grievances and whatnot. So I was very separated from the language. And so it took my own will and my own desire to say, Grandma, I would love to learn how to say this phrase or this word. And it really became a part of my musical journey because, I don't believe I'll ever be a fluent speaker. I mean, I say that because I need to make the time to do that. And I think that's the case with many of us. It's time, because taking a course at a university or a college takes a commitment of time, and that has never fit in my life. I'm not saying it never will. I'm being hopeful that it will. But now when we have this device where we're all together here right now, it gives me hope, because I know that, and what Russell, you had mentioned, it's so much is in the face and in the shape of the mouth, and then they actually can teach you which part of the tongue or that the pronunciation comes from. So I think that's so important, but I think we can do it this way. So I have hope that I can continue on this journey of learning my native tongue, but I also have, I'm currently under a grant actually to create a musical CD of children's songs, and I'm super excited about that. So I have in my blood the Claylee dialect, which is the carrier Dakelt dialect. Then I have also the Secwepemc dialect and Cree. And I must say I know far more Cree than I do any of the other ancestral tongues, unceded tongues. And so it's been really an exciting journey. And with COVID, it's changed it. So we've had to alter things a bit. But I'm still hopeful that I can actually be on the land to be able to do this work, because here in Claylee territory, I have a language, since my grandmother's passed, I've had to seek out people, and then the dialect is slightly different. And I've had issue with that, my grandmother would translate a song for me, and then I would sing it, I would bring it to the drum group here. And then another language keeper would say, well, I think that's a little bit wrong. But I think that it's all right. Each person in their own time, in their own generation, are speaking from a place that was authentic at that time. And it remains authentic. But then the language, in just how everything is lost in translation, I believe, and it depends on the family. It depends on what part of the community you're living in. Like, for instance, when I lived in the Okanagan, I know, and I was immersed in that culture, and I know that the protocol at a funeral and the way it took place in Penticton was different from the way it took place in Vernon. And that's like the same community, one at each end of the lake. So it's the same here, I believe, in Duck Health territory, where we're in like the Prince George region, and then there's the Burns Lake region and whatnot, and our protocols are so different. So just being really mindful of that in how I'm pursuing this project. And also something that I'm very excited about, and so I've incorporated language in my music since I graduated from Inalkin. I toured with Sandy Schofield with Esqueo, where we sang all the songs in the language. That's where I got my chops, because I learned how to harmonize. I learned how to sing from my diaphragm, because before I was just, you know, kind of a karaoke kind of singer. Not really, but so it's been a really incredible journey, and now here I am writing songs, incorporating language, a lot of vocables, which I find fascinating that a non-Indigenous person or somebody who's not familiar with language, when they hear a vocable, they actually hear it as a language, because there's so much power in the emotion of it, because that's what it is. It's emitting emotion through sound, and that's what I love to do in my music. But I'm very happy to say that my music is being used here in the school district. They have, it's become a part of curriculum. So they are taking authentic voice. They're removing some of these old songs out of the school that are not relevant or they're offensive. And they're actually engaging in local Indigenous artists. And so I just feel so seen and so heard and so valued in my own community. And that's hard to do. And so that's happening right now for me. Lesson plans have been created around songs that have been put into the seasonal rounds. And I'm thinking, maybe I'll just be a children's entertainer, because that's where my heart truly is. I have 10 grandchildren. I have nieces and nephews. I love working with children, and that's where my passion is. So the language, teaching the language through immersion, I think is super valuable, whether it's through a song or through counting. I'm all for that, and I'm just so grateful for this journey. I'm grateful to be invited into this space, Meeka, and I wanted to say a big Snachelia Cooks Jam Nanaskumtin to everybody here who has tuned in to this really powerful sharing. Thank you.
Christy, if you're ready to join us again.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll just pick up where I left off. I'm a busy mom of 4. I introduced myself in our Hunkaminam dialect, and my children's names are Komora Christine, Alistair Jericho, Sophia Estella, and Hoya Rose. And they're all connected through our language as well. So my daughter's middle name is Christine because of my great granny Christine Charles from here in Musqueam, who helped preserve our language and in the dialect of Hunkaminam with some of the linguists out at UBC, and then along with my late great grandfather Andrew Charles and other linguists in our community of Musqueam. They sat down with people out at UBC and documented the language and put it into this dictionary now, and it has brought it to today where I can learn it, right? Like I didn't know my great grandparents, but I'm able to connect to them because of the preservation of our language. And now I share it with my children. My son's name is Ialmuk. Jericho is his middle name because of the village of Jericho and our connection to the land and the language. And I can speak to my children in our language, and they know. Like when we're out at the park and I'm like, Nitsnam Lelam, Nitsnam Echten, like, you know, let's go everyone, let's go eat, let's go home. They know right away. And it's so neat because sometimes they even correct me, right? They'll correct me when I'm speaking the language. And I'm just so proud and so happy that we can have it, because, you know, that's what wasn't taken away from us. And now we can stand proud and stand tall and speak our language. And yeah, same with everyone, respect to everyone in the work that everyone does here. That's what I do too, is I put it into our music. I rap in our Hunkaminam dialect, and you can find my music on all platforms. Miss Christy Lee, I have some songs out there that have a little bit of our language in there. And yeah, I followed protocol before I put it out in the universe. My late grandfather, my late papa, Quilsim, Andrew Charles, worked with our language. And before he left this world, I sat with him and I showed him my music, and I said, hey, Papa, is it okay if I use this? And it was a song in our dialect, and it talked about our stories and our protocols and our teachings within the song. And I played it for him, and he was so serious. Like, he was such a highly respected man. He was very old school. So I was a bit intimidated when I sat there to show him what I did. So he was sitting there in his hospital bed. Actually, he was really serious, like nodding his head a little bit. And I was so nervous. And I was like, okay, Papa, like when the song was finished, I was like, so what did you think? Is it okay that I do this in this way, like take our teachings and our language and put it in this new form of storytelling? And he said, yeah, it's okay, you can do that. And I was like, oh, thank you. Like, I was so nervous. And he goes, no. I said, Haichka, and I raised my hands like this. I said, oh, Haichka CM. And he looks at me and he goes, no. I was like, what? No, Haichka. And he goes like this, and he does the Star Trek hands. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, like when you do the Star Trek thing. And it made me laugh, and it kind of broke the serious silence of everything. And that was our ways, right, of putting a little laughter into our teachings. So I was really thankful for that, and I'm bringing it to today, where I can share it with my family and my friends, and be here with everyone, and to talk about, you know, how we can use our languages. And yeah, I'm just so happy that we can also use the new technology, where my children now can record in our language. And my daughter is now, you know, I'm passing on the torch, and she's the one in the studio now, you know, making guest appearances on songs because she's speaking our dialect. And my son is really excited. He's a little bit shy right now, but he really wants to learn how to stand up and speak, because my my late father, Setsamkin Henry Charles, was a speaker of our dialect. And that's actually why I have this virtual background of this house post you can find at Snawaith Lalem, which is Langara College, because he worked with them. After he passed, they raised this pole and dedicated it in his honor to the work that they did with them. He was a speaker of our language, storyteller. Like, he's the reason why I speak our dialect, because every time he'd pick me up on the weekends, we'd be driving in his car, and he'd be playing in the tape deck all these like archival tapes of all the people and the stories. And So I thought it was pretty cool. And when I come to his house, he'd be blasting it on his stereo while he's doing his cleaning during the weekend. So the language has always been around. I'm thankful to Musqueam to have it from preschool until now, right? Like we learned how to do numbers and animals and stuff in preschool, and then in high school, you know, and elementary people got to have it, you know, a little bit in our classes. You know, you can take the language program at UBC, and I did that in high school instead of French or Spanish. I took Hunkaminam, and I got credits for that and for university, and now you can, yeah, our language is just being used in so many places. So I'm just thankful for that, because it's the work I can do. And yeah, thank you to Two Rivers for having me, and Meeka for the work that you do. Thank you so much, because it's like it's what we can do now, right? Like we can talk about it and be proud about, you know, speaking our language and making it our way of life again in this new time. So Haitsepka. Yeah, I guess that's all I'll share. Haichka.
Haichka, Miss Christy Lee. Okay, we have about 30 minutes, so I'm going to open it up for dialogue and discussion. We do have approximately 20 participants that are on our Zoom meeting who are, I think, probably biting at the bit, ready to ask some questions. But I'm opening it up to the presenters as well. If you have some comments or reflections on others, that would be great. Now's your time. Anyone?
Hello. Oh, hi. It's Anne from Chukwat. Yeah, I just wanted to say I was just so inspired hearing everybody. I'll put my voice on. I was just so inspired to hear everyone. And really, Darcy, congratulations. I think I know you as a little guy that, you know, when I lived up in that territory, now you're teaching language. That's awesome. Just to hear everybody talk. And I think that we as leaders need to promote, you know, get in there, the teachers that we need, and just organically have it everywhere. Every sound that we have, language, like has been said, can influence everything we do. So there's no problem of, you know, not having it in any department. It can work. We in our little nation here, where we have a challenge to each of our departments to be using our language as much as we can whenever we're talking, and we're just beginning that. So thank you, everybody. Kliko, kliko. Thank you.
I just wanted to jump in and add quickly, like to some of the work that I do now, like where language brings me is through like consultation work as well, like working with the city of Vancouver and different organizations within the city, and how everyone wants to use the language now, and really recognizing like how to use the language, and encouraging people to like not just put the name on the project or the name on the building or the art piece, but actually saying it, right? So just always saying it and using it and really putting it into motion and putting it back into life. Yeah.
Yeah. I think one of my former coworkers is a Chilcotin elder, fluent first language speaker from up there. And one thing that always stuck with me, something that he said was decolonizing our language learning experience is so important. And I always thought, I was like, our languages are the most decolonized thing we can do. And then he said, no, think about how we learn our languages today, and, you know, slowly becoming more quote unquote colonized, and to slowly decolonize that process within our families and our schools. So that's one thing that, you know, I'm going to be working on and thinking about for the future.
Hello, I'd just like to say, first of all, thank you, everyone. It's awesome listening to
Oh, Leroy, you accidentally muted yourself again.
I was
There
saying,
you go.
growing up, we were taught to be ashamed of our language, our culture. Even though I didn't go to residential school, that stuff was passed on to me. And it took a long time, a lot of healing to get to a point where, you know, even to this day, it's still hard to speak U'uwalmi'uch and to talk U'uwalmi'uch to some of our elders, because they were the ones that made fun of us, you know, because we didn't say the word right or whatever. But now, you know, I don't care. I just speak, and most of the time, they're understanding me. But I speak to people my age and younger now, and it's become my mission to continue to do that, speak U'uwalmi'uch, and to learn. And one thing that really helped me, because I grew up with the language, but I lost it or something. But to really get it back, an elder told me, just start saying the sounds, because in our language, you know, there's a lot of like and all these different sounds that are challenging to some speakers. So to really start to listen and to use those sounds is very important. Another way that I was able to teach myself, well, I was fortunate to have an uncle. He passed on 2 years ago. That really helped. You know, he was fluent in upper St'át'imc, lower St'át'imc. He could understand and speak Nlaka'pamux, Shahwapmux. He learned all these languages as a boy when he lived in Marble Canyon, or that area, with my grandmother. So I was fortunate to spend a lot of time with him. And anyway, he always told me, you know, you gotta just keep going, just keep learning, keep listening. So I found these old tapes, and I listened to them. Even mining, I call it mining for gold. I found videos on YouTube that have our language, so I listen to those, and it helps a lot. So, you know, there's gold out there. There's gold in them there hills with language. And I find it, and I search, and I'm panning for it every day, you know, because it's important, especially, you know, with, I'm just going to jump around topics, but with music, oh my God, it's so amazing that all this Indigenous music, the rapping, the country, the metal, everything, it's so inspiring, and to be a part of this movement. You know, I was thinking about my early influences with, there was only Redbone and Buffy St. Marie back when I was only 9 or 10 when I discovered them. And I thought Redbone was the greatest band in the world. Why? Because they were Indigenous. There weren't many, you know. And I played on stage with them one year when I was in a rock band back in '92 in Quesnel. They were kind of all high-hoity, nose in the air, but I didn't care. I got to meet them, and we played on the same stage. It was amazing. So those guys they're my heroes, right? And then of course Buffy. So, you know, to be a Indigenous musician, and especially doing it in the language, you know, I got a few songs that are strictly in the language, and you know, I can't wait to put out my next project next spring. So yeah, and I'd like to give a shout out to everybody, Meeka, Russell, Thank you, guys. Russell and I have been working together since 1990. He helped me write this cheesy, he recorded this cheesy wedding song that I wrote years ago. You know, I used to write cheesy love songs and country songs, and then, you know, yeah. Thank you. Kooksferry Band. What we're doing is very good. It's very big. It's amazing.
Thank you. Any others? How are we mining for gold? Our language gold.
I guess for me, it's been interesting, like I said, learning the language for the first time with my family, and just realizing with Nuu-chah-nulth there's a lot, some that we've lost, a lot of descriptive words for different things that have just become like one word, but before would have been hundreds or thousands of specific words. But what is really interesting to me in relearning, a lot of the time we have to come up with new words for a lot of things in the world that we just never had before. So so that's been really neat to learn, and just how like poetic that Nuu-chah-nulth could be, and learning the rough translations, because you can never fully grasp it in English. And so I think that's been really, really cool part of the journey for me, especially, is just learning those little words. And yeah, it's a long process to do this, and music's been my way of connecting back to my language, and I look forward to keep doing this for the rest of my life and for the rest of the time that I make music, because it's really important that I always put a piece of myself in what I share, and yeah.
Up next, who else has something to share?
I'll jump in. Yeah, I could totally relate to so much that's being said here, and especially the fact that like for the Claylee dialect, there's less than this many people that speak it left on the planet. And so it's even more important to me that I do whatever I can as a musician to preserve it through music. And like losing my grandmother was just, it was so hard, because not only did I lose my grandmother, we lost our language keeper, and so I would want to encourage anybody who's listening that if you have language speakers in your family, to use your voice note. We all have one of these, and we all have voice note recorders, and just take some time, ask questions, ask for a story. Or I loved what someone said earlier about not so much writing a song in English and having it translated into the language, but actually attempting to write it in the language. That really, I'm going to challenge myself to do that with my next song, especially working on this children's album, to actually write it in the language rather than in English first. So that's a good challenge. And yeah, just knowing that, you know, there was a time in our lives where we weren't even allowed, we were beaten when we spoke our language, and now we have this freedom, and we have all of these incredible language speakers here, and to be able to pass that on as much as possible to our children, to the younger generation. And even if it's through a word here and there, even with the people that are in my circle, I now have, I'll send a message to somebody I'm working with, and I'll say Bandada Hunzu, which means good morning. And then I find out about a week or so later, they'll respond to me, but Bandada Hunzu, I hope I said that right. And it just makes my heart so happy. Or when they say, you know, Snachalia at the end of a text or whatever. And it's that exchange of just so much deep respect for culture and language when we have non-Indigenous people sharing that in the best way that they can, even though they might say it wrong. And I think that's a huge part of it, is everybody's afraid to make a mistake and to be laughed at, like we all have as young people trying to speak the language, and then you get laughed at. And for whatever reason, that's one of the most hurtful things that could have happened to us as a kid, is to be laughed at. And I think it's really blocked a lot in us, and I would just encourage all of us to just break free from that and to just be vulnerable, make mistakes, and just to keep doing our best to preserve that oral part of our culture. Snachalia.
Snachalia.
I'll add on to that if I can really quick. And that's a part of building fluency, is breaking free from that fear of failure. And when you are comfortable enough with yourself when you're speaking, and you don't always have that thing in the back of your head saying, oh, you're going to say it wrong, or you're going to do it wrong, and the crowd's going to laugh at you, and you're going to do it wrong, and you're going to tumble. Once you break free from that and you're able to just speak your language comfortably, then you start building those conversational skills. Then you start developing a higher level of fluency, I guess. I was fortunate enough to have a mentor who embraced that ideal, because he always heard me struggling through sentences and speaking, and he stopped me one day and he said, you know what, just speak it how it's in your head. And it may be wrong, but I'll still understand you, and I will never correct you. Unless it's totally wrong, then I might interrupt you and correct you. So I think a part of that I don't want to say fear, I guess it is a fear of failure with the language, is just being comfortable, don't afraid to be wrong, because the worst thing that can happen is somebody's just going to correct you, and then you're just going to turn it into a learning experience, and the next time you say it, you'll have that little bit of extra knowledge.
Yeah, I'm the youngest of 11 children, and my parents didn't teach me the language, and it was a decision made by my father, and he thought it would be better that the younger children, didn't learn the language, and that they would learn English, and so they could work in this world. But my mom, she didn't teach me to speak in the language, and but the one thing that she did teach me was to sing in the language. And so I look at that and I think, well, I may not be fluent and may not be able to speak, but at least I could sing in the language. And to me, that's a really big, important thing in my life, because it's been a part of my life all through these years. And I'm so lucky that I'm able to share those songs that she taught, and work from those and create new works based on, sometimes the music of those songs, but sometimes the lyrics of those songs in the language. And so, and yeah, that for me, that was a starting point, was taking some of those words and creating a new work from that. And so I'm so thankful to my parents for, well, yeah, both of them, because my father made that decision out of love. Well, both of them went to residential school. So, I think most everything they did was out of love. And so, but yeah, I'm just so happy that I'm able to sing in the language still.
I know we're coming up to the end of our circle, and I'm hoping we'll leave time for Nijitsil to just do a quick recap, because I see she's making quite a bit of progress on her on her art there. And so can I invite everybody again just to do a quick round? Any final reflections in a couple minutes each?
Yeah, Christy here. Can I add a little something quick? Yeah, I just wanted to like add to what everyone's saying, like how thankful I am for the language and like how it's like left behind and we can use it today. But mostly for my kids, like sure I do the music and sure I use the language and all that kind of stuff, but now it's like the next generation and passing the torch. And like I'm just so thankful we can be in this time, and I can talk to my kids like right now. I have a house full of kids. My little niece and nephew are over right now. They just like got an Uber order and they're all having snacks and all that kind of stuff. But it's fun for the kids. Like we can use the language, and when they're at the park, I can, I'll talk to my kids and the other kids will ask questions like, what did your mom just say? Like, meets up Echten, like come and eat. And the kids will be like, what's that? What are you saying? And what does she mean? And my youngest daughter, I just have a newborn. She's a month and a half, but I named her Hoya, and Hoya in Haida language means raven. And it's so fun because the kids across the street at the park, when they see her, because we live right across the street at the park, when they see her, they say, can I get a Hoya? And it's like this new trendy thing that they say. I think it's off some game or something, some video game or something, like, can I get a Hoya? Like it's some trendy thing the kids say nowadays, but it sounds like my daughter's name, so the kids say it like her name now, and it's just so fun to use these new ways of using our language and using these new tools like our music and this virtual reality that we live in today. And yeah, creating little tiny videos. I have a few videos on my YouTube channel that I've made with my children. So it's just fun that we can bring it to today's time and use it in these ways. So yeah, thank you. Haitsepka.
Can I invite Russell, and we'll go around the circle again?
Some parting shots. Parting words. I don't really have much more to say, except that, I'm so thankful for people in the communities who are really helpful. I, like to thank Leroy Joe for being there when I've, had some language questions, and, my cousin Rosalind, also from Mount Currie, who, I bounce ideas off of. And because both my parents are gone, like, my resources are limited. So I thank the people in the community who are keeping the language, but also sharing the language, like freely. It's like, there is some resistance, there is some, hesitation in sharing, but I'm so thankful for people who are freely sharing, the languages and supporting artists, because I think that's really important for our communities to do, is support your local artist. Kookstem.
Mickey Russell. I have just a little song I'll share. It's called U'Whamich, means Indigenous land. U'Whamich, Chu'Whamich, hey, 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 Chu'Whamich, this is our land, and this is our home. For 10,000 years and 10,000 more, Chu'Whamich, Chu'Whamich. So that's our next hit coming up next year. Don't Lach'Lach'Pamux, Wa'ama, Akshu slapen, Uekwol mich. Akshu slapen in Hakman. But you has to be. Don't forget your language. Don't forget who you are. This is our land. Cooks.
True. I guess in closing, it's just been super inspiring to hear everyone's stories and how they reconnected with language and their journey and where they're at. It's not easy, but it's super important to put that time in preserving our languages. And it doesn't matter how old you are too. I draw inspiration from my cookum, my mom's mom, who left her community in Anzac, just outside of Fort McMurray, at a young age when she went to the convent, and she didn't go back till she was about 65, and she's learning her Cree language again, and reconnecting with that part, and how it's just amazing to see how happy she is when she gets to say those words again and share what she knows with her grandchildren, with us. And so this was been a really great experience, and whenever I talk about these things, it always just kind of makes me excited to do more for my language learning. And so Chu Kleko Klaihuas na Chusihit. It's great to see all your faces here. And so thank you for having me.
Yes, indeed. Kukschechum to everybody. Kukschechum for having me today, for the invite. I always like sharing whatever I can when it comes to the language and learning. One final closing remark I would like to share would just be find your style of speaking and just go with it. There's tons of languages in British Columbia, and within those languages there's different dialects, and within those dialects there's micro dialects, and you can never nail down one broad spectrum. It's always going to be, I speak Secwepemctsín, but I speak Western dialect, which is different from Eastern. It's find your own style and go with it. I think that'd be what.
So true. So true, all the words that are being saying. Ha'akwi, we will not give up. Ha'akupwin teachmas, ha'wi unukmastim. Our strength we have in our life as chiefs is because we have our people. Yeah, I can write the language, but I'm not immersed in it enough to speak it. But one day I really do hope to. And you are my people too.
Yeah, hi Tepka Nasiyam Nasiya. Yeah, I'm just so thankful that we can be here to do this work, because it's not about me and the work that I do as Miss Christy Lee. It's the fact that I can do it for my children and for the next generations, because we can leave those, plant those seeds, because that's how I was able to do the work that I can do, right? Even though I didn't know my ancestors and I didn't meet them in person, their spirit left all these seeds and did this work. And I can go and pick up this dictionary that was created from the work of my ancestors, and I can quickly look something up and be like, oh, this is how we say this in our language. And now everyone here online and all the other language warriors out there doing the work, we're leaving those seeds again, passing on that knowledge so that our children and grandchildren and great grandchildren can pick it up. And it's just so cute to see my kids be proud and be free, because we come from such a hard place sometimes, with our language and the history, and just seeing my kids like you know, in Vancouver, they've done a lot of work where you can see the language on signs and on buildings and all this kind of stuff. And they'll say, oh, that's our language. That's Hunkamina, Mom. And I taught my kids about tamath. Like tamath is our paint that we wear. And the other day, my daughter ran in my room and she picked up, she's like, oh, I need some tamath, Mom. And she puts it on her chest and she runs out. And I just sat there like, wow. She's so precious. And I'm so thankful that, you know, we can teach these things and pass on the language because it helps us not just be proud of who we are and stand up and say who we are, but it teaches us how to be who we are, right? Like my daughter can just be free and protect herself and be proud and run out and keep going and making it fun. Like we can live in a time where we can make it fun for the kids and and teach them. So yeah, so thank you everyone. And yeah, that's it from me. Hi, Tsepka.
That's beautiful. I love that. I love when a child can like just be so confident and know and there's no separation and there's no embarrassment and it's just that real authentic essence coming through. It's so powerful.
Here she is now, actually. She just popped in.
Oh,
say hi.
hello.
Say Eekwol. Say Eekwol.
Meow, meow, meow.
All right, I can say it. I can say what I want to say much better with my drum and song, and this summarizes, I think, everything. And it's I will, I can, and I am. And that phrase fits within everything that we've just spoken about. And I'm just gonna sing a few short lines of it. Hiya ho, hiya ho, hiya ho, hiya ho, hey, 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 hiya, hiya. Usle banyan ustan siasto hey 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 haya haya I will. Everybody say I will. I can. I'll show you. I am. Hey, 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 hiya, 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 hiya. Nachalia.
Amazing, thank you.
Yes. I'm just going to pass it over to Meeka because I know she has a couple words to say before hopefully Nijitsil can give us an update on the progress.
Yes, I'll be really quick. I just wanted to express how inspiring and encouraging each of your words are, especially in encouraging the language, bringing the language back into our lives, into our life, and that it brings us life. It breathes life into us. And I just wanted to also, because this is a bearing witness session, I want all of you to witness that. I want to tell my mother, Wietsaskum, how proud I am of her. That when she first accepted the chieftainship, she learned how to say speech in the language, and it was the first time I had ever heard my mother speak our language, and I never have ever had another feeling since. And just to invite her on today and to share all of you beautiful people with her just brings me so much joy. I just want to say how proud I am of you, Mother, and I want to share that with you guys. And when I hear her speak our language, it just breathes more life into me. I want to make sure that you all heard that, and that, Mom, you hear that from me. I love you.
Oh, beautiful. I very happy to have welcomed Weetumskum today too.
Mom, can you explain what your name means, Mom, just so we know?
Yes, it means wealth, but not wealth in like finances. It means wealth in family and community, and it was my great grandmother's name, Weetsitskum. Thank you.
Wonderful. Nijitzel, how's it coming along?
Wow, Jern Gwynzi, just to hear that drum really, it was so lovely. Part of my job is that a lot of the information goes through me. I'm not just, making it up and putting it on the page. It passes through me, a lot like language, a lot like music. So I do see my form of art as a form of language, a form of creativity. So I just thank everyone who shared today. I am full. I am full with knowledge and beauty and passion and hope. So let's have a look at the poster. There's a little bit more on the poster today than yesterday, because there was just so much that we were fed today, such a virtual feast, as the name tells us. So I'll do a little recap from this morning. We heard from Elder Daryl Minnabarriet, who talked about walking in balance on the red road with a good heart, clear mind, ears and tongues in unity. We heard from Sharon Spinks, who taught us about the importance of teaching language and how we are giving children their power back. We then spoke with Kevin Loring, who spoke about Lytton, and also how his work is very much to counter residential school. He shared a story about the 2013 youth gathering. You'll see there's a little wax recorder down here, and the things that they did and spoke about. So story, language, songs, it was a celebration, and they had their elders with them. We heard from Ronnie Dean Harris. He spoke about how within language, there's encoded symbols, syntax, signatures, oral tradition, and to further understand the cosmology is to understand the language. And so that is what we heard this morning. And then we also moved into a showcase, which I featured down here. We heard from Kalila Rampanen, also known as Hasutuk. And there was this little quote I captured here from her lyrics, was she taught me I've got the power inside of me. And I feel like that's what we've really talked about today, was this overall power that is inherent within us. We then heard Saltwater Hank, and I have to say that was a personal favorite because we're fiddle folk up here, and I was tapping my feet. And he brought up the story of his boat, and he was on his boat, Darla Jean. He talked about salmonberry, about thrush, and about how language and land are in relation to each other. So I've drawn a thrush with some little salmonberries, and my mouth is just watering thinking about it. We then heard from the spiritual warriors, and I just sort of featured them here playing, and it was just such a wonderful segue into our next session, which was the bearing witness session. And we heard from Russell Wallace, Leroy Joe, Kalila Rampanen, Darcy Deneau, Miss Christy Lee, and Kim Gucci. And let me tell you, we had a lot more quotes than what went up here. It was such a feast, as I've said. But I think one of these overall arching comments that each individual mentioned was this idea of either adding or writing in the language to music, to songs, and they're all on their own journeys with that. Some are already writing, or some would like to write in the language. So I thought that was a beautiful goal, beautiful dream, a vision. There's another quote here. I am choosing music to share our language. Again, these tools that we're using to share and to keep, to revitalize. There was communicating through ASL and how our language comes with context, that emotive face. And I thought that was such an important thing to write here and to remember, especially with our digital times. We were given the story of a 2007 berry picking song, a moment. There's a little quote here, a moment in my life that changed everything, that opened the door to all the next songs I wrote. So I love that, just this gateway of the future and the hope and what is there. So this was gorgeous to hear. A little sign here, this is Our Land, Songs of Revitalization and Resistance. Create from that authentic place. I think this was a really overarching theme in a lot of this, was coming from the authentic place, coming with permission. But also there's times when permission may not always be there. You know, sometimes we have to go and walk into our future. So I thought that was a beautiful message. There's a great quote here, and I've just been chuckling about it. There's gold in them there hills of language. And so I've captured that here along this little hill range. But the final little juicy gems are bringing songs, language into the education system. This was work that is currently happening. Music is a great tool to bring language into the home. And of course, land and language are one. So that was our full day, and it's just been such an honor. Hai Cho is our way of saying thank you very much in Gwich'in. So I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are all Nvet Tehin, which is warriors in Gwich'in. So just much gratitude. I will not see you tomorrow, but I will be doing a recording from this recording. So thank you.
Oh, Chimikwech. Wonderful. So before we sign off for the Bearing Witness session, I also wanted to take this brief opportunity to thank our ASL interpreters, Larissa and Robert. Yes, part of them coming to us is to support our deaf participants and removing some of the barriers that some of our Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples experience when it comes to language and our stories. And so I'm really grateful for the visual representation of today, along with our ASL. And a quick shout out to my own little brother, Corey Fiddler, who is, I asked him if he was going to be able to potentially do the ASL interpreter. And he says, I am a year away from getting my certification. So Larissa and Robert, he's coming for your job for next year. But thank you so much for joining. And we'll be seeing Robert, I guess, tomorrow again, and our funders for making it happen, to being supportive of our other needs for our barriers with hearing. So thank you. Chimikwech. To all the panel. Okay. So maybe I will invite Meeka, because I know that we're going to be calling on Lindsay Knight for our next session from 3 to 3:55. And she's going to be speaking about gender in Indigenous hip hop.
Yeah.
So do you have some background on that before we invite her in?
Yes. I have been familiar with Lindsay's music since probably the mid 90s, possibly. Could it be that a while ago? Late 90s, maybe. She was just one of the first Indigenous hip hop artists that I'd ever heard. And it was from a CD, I believe it was a Redwire CD, or it was some type of CD that I got with like the Redwire magazine. It had a variety of Indigenous artists. And this is the first time that I had heard a compilation of musicians, hip hop artists, so MCs, and also spoken word artists on this compilation. And I was just so inspired by that entire compilation. I must have listened to it until the CD, was too scratched to do it anymore. And, when I think back to that time, I realized that is actually inspired me to the point where I'm here right now doing this, helping to bring these incredible artists and people and thinkers and activators together. And so when I had the opportunity to present, to offer her to present last year for Two Rivers Remix virtual conference, I was very, very stoked. It felt kind of like full circle. I felt the same way about Kinney Star as well. And so just to have her here today it's just such a great honor. And to be able to have her do a workshop where we can get to know her better and her work. Just an incredibly inspiring woman. So that's my welcome to Eekwol.
Now, did you want me to read your bio, or do you want to do a quick introduction for yourself? Or we could do both.
Go ahead. Yeah, I can just go ahead. Might as well. I had a chance to listen to some of the previous speakers, and I'm just really overwhelmed right now because I just feel like, it's so inspiring, and just seeing so many people that I know, and just all of you West Coast artists. I have so much respect for you and know a lot of you from way back. And I remember that Redwire CD, and that was like one of my favorite projects ever because it was so powerful to be a part of. Yeah, so okay, so Gitatam Skat na wow, Lindsay Knight Nisiga Sun, aka Eekwol. I'm coming at you all the way from Treaty 6 territory, so it's a bit of a ways away. I don't know how many others are from that area, but yeah, so I'm repping Treaty 6. I'm Apitaw Nehiaw Eekwol, half Russian, half settler. So I come from the prairies here, and I'm part Cree and part Russian, and but I understand my Nehiaw Cree identity a lot more because I was raised in it and raised in the community and raised a lot on the res and in the urban center. So I'm really familiar with that. And yeah, I guess basically I'm my first #1 role, and I just love hearing Christy Lee talk and seeing her babies and everything. And that's my #1 role too, is being a mom, being a parent. And I take that very seriously, and it's pretty much the embodiment of everything that I do is to do with motherhood and just being that, that role model for my kids. So I have 2 kids. I got my little one's 8 and my older one just turned 13. So yeah, they're getting old. And but yeah, they've grew up around music, around Indigenous music. And me as well. It's funny because my uncle is Chester Knight, and some of you might know him, or some of your parents or grandparents might know him, but he has this famous song called Love Me Strong. And right now it's just like blowing up on TikTok. I guess it's like really a real hurtin' tune, hey? So people always act like they're just missing her, and they're playing Love Me Strong, and we're just laughing. So anyway, so yeah, we grew up around music. It's always been a part of who I am, and it's been a part of my existence. So it's very comfortable for me to get involved in music and to become a musician. So it was actually late 90s when I started rapping in high school, but my first album came out in 2000. So that was the first time I actually started, getting my music out there and actually, trying to perform and make a name for myself. And that's sort of where my talk starts. And it's, I guess, understanding and rediscovering my identity as a hip hop artist, a woman in the hip hop industry, and as an Indigenous woman, as somebody who identifies as feminine. That's always been a struggle and a challenge and a different path, like a different lane than most men who are involved in hip hop. And I don't know if Oz 12 is still here or not, but yeah, he can relate. We've been sort of in the same circle since we started, and him and Manic Wonderful always been just super respectful and supportive of young women who wanted to rap or do hip hop in some way. So the one thing, and I just want to say before I start, is what Russell Wallace said, and it just really stuck to me. And it's so important that any work that we do, we know this as musicians and artists, that it comes from here, it doesn't come from up here, and it comes with heart. Anything that we do comes with heart. Even like Meeka putting this together, it's all heart, it's heart work, right? You're doing this because of the love and because of you see the need for the next generations to be familiar. But I like how he said, how his parents didn't teach him the language, but yet they did everything with love. They did everything with the best intention for what they thought was right. So I approach this idea of gender in Indigenous music, specifically hip hop, with love and with this idea that we all, have this role and responsibility, and to do better and be better people for our kids and our next generations. And how can we do this in a good way so that we're not pointing fingers or, making others feel excluded. I really want to come at it that way. And so I really appreciated that. So another thing that I have read a lot about is this idea of decolonization. And because I'm working on my PhD right now, and because of my interest in Indigenous music, that's the direction I'm taking. So decolonization is a word that, we've heard for years, and we really toss it around, and, we toss it around, but, settler society really likes to toss it around nowadays. But for us, it's, as Indigenous people, it's something that really stuck with me doing this work. And it's that we cannot decolonize without a gendered analysis. So it's any way that we're trying to learn and trying to, remember or undiscover or rediscover, whatever words we want to use, we have to think of it from a gendered perspective, because gender plays such a huge role in all that we do. And as a woman in hip hop, that's always been really obvious, but it's not so obvious. It's a lot more subtle in other genres, in other spaces, but it's there. It's definitely there. We see in the industries who is holding most of the power, holding most of the control, who's making the most money these days. And while we have a lot of women that are in front, performing and being artists, a lot of the ones that are making the money and the, controlling how artist development goes is still predominantly men. So I see that even today, and it really bothers me. And the older I get as an artist and how long I've been in this industry, I don't see a whole lot of change happening when it comes to that sort of behind the scenes. Because I think about in hip hop, as Indigenous women who do hip hop, there's lots of us. And when I started, it was very, very slim. I always did it just for the love, because I knew that the idea of telling stories over beats was just like, it was so powerful to me. And it was something that I knew I had to do. not for the attention, not to get, clout, none of that. I just wanted to feel how it felt to tell those stories over beats. So when I started taking it further, I noticed right away that it's mostly guys that are rappers. It's pretty much, besides my auntie sister, Kinney Starr, most of the producers are men to this day. Most of the engineers, most of the mastering houses, pretty much everybody who's mixing, a lot of the videographers, it's still a lot of those people behind the scenes are men doing the work. So it's really something that is involved, as women, we write the lyrics, we do the performance, but a lot of times we go into these spaces of recording or making our product, and it's mostly men in those spaces. And so we find that sometimes we can get a little steamrolled. We can just sort of, yeah, sure, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do it that way, what's best. But what I have learned over the years is that we do know what's best for ourselves, and a lot of times we just kind of let it, no, this is where you want the beat to stop, no, this is where you should throw the hook in, no, this is where you should repeat that phrase. And you sort of listen, and as I got older, I realized, no, I can decide where I want to put that phrase and where I want to do this. And it's people like Kinney Starr that have really inspired me to be brave like that and to be bold about who I want to be in the studio. So I've been doing that now for a while, and the most recent album that I put out was with my girl T Rhyme, and we did an album called For Women by Women. And it was we were just sitting there one day being salty about the industry, and even to this day, I'm now like in my 40s, and I still get these dudes sliding up in my DMs, hey girl, like just kind of like disrespectful stuff that you wouldn't say to your homie, but just because I'm someone who raps, and I'm proud of my femininity, and I don't mind sharing that. I'm not asking for that kind of behavior. So we were sitting there and thinking, why does this never end? Like, for the last 20 years, this is what it's been, happening. And shout out to all the dudes that are like super respectful, but there's still a lot of you out there that are still, really misogynistic and wanting to, I guess, profile women who rap. So we put out For Women by Women because we were sitting there one day in the studio working with a guy who's like a good friend, but he's still sort of, well, no, I think you should do it this way, that kind of thing. And we're saying, you know what, we just got to do a project that's totally something that we do for us, by us, thinking of all these young sisters out here that are performing hip hop and going through the same experience that we've gone through and continue to go through. And to rap the way that we want to rap, not trying to sound like Atmosphere or trying to like, have the same flow as, I don't know, like Lil Wayne or somebody, just to sound like us, not even try to sound like Nicki Minaj or any of the females, because a lot of them try to sound like the dudes or be, hyper masculine themselves. But that's another story. So we just said, let's do an album called For Women by Women. And it's just like unapologetically for women by women. And so I said, well, I'll try to, get a Canada Council grant so we can do it properly. And she's like, yeah, let's do it. And we got the grant. Whoever was on the jury believed, like I literally wrote in that application, I guarantee nobody's going to want to listen to this album. That's literally what I said in there. But as artists, we need to do this for our own growth and our own benefit. So I said, this will have no industry clout whatsoever, but we're going to do it anyway. And the jury must have, agreed that was important, and they approved us of the grant. So we got this full grant to do this album, and we did it, and it was amazing. And each song, and I see in the chat, somebody was saying that their sister listens to it. Oh, that's so awesome. Yeah, because we did it with so like all heart, right? And we just like, unapologetically, like, who are we doing this for? For women, by women, for women, by women, for women, by women, ride or die woman, stay fly and hold us up high woman. And we just kept, just repeating it over throughout the whole album. The intro says, that this is for women, and if you're a man, shut it off. Don't, like, it's so like unapologetically, like almost like offensively, like for women. And the weirdest part about this is that that album took us like so many places. We reached #1 on the community college radio hip hop charts, not even Indigenous, not even, like, we surpassed, Atmosphere, who I was just talking about. But we actually surpassed with that album, and we did all types of performances all across North America with that project, and conferences and everything that we totally didn't think would ever happened. So that made us really feel that the industry and all of the non-women in the industry were ready to hear that, and a lot of people are ready to try to sort of learn how can we work together, how can we work better, and how can we support you in the ways that you need support. So that project, and then we won an award. We won the Saskatchewan Music Award for Best Album. So that was just amazing. Like, our mind was blown that this album went so far, because it was so unapologetically for women, and it was like Indigenous women, right? Like, we didn't expect it. So that was a really good sign. And I think it's because we did it with love. We did it because our kids were listening, and our kids, we both have little girls that are 8 years old, and we both have boys that are 13 and 14. So what do we want to teach them? How do we want to role model our music? And that's how we did it. We taught them that this is how you have to be as an Indigenous person. You have to be unapologetic, you have to be brave, you have to be really willing to risk a lot, willing to risk popularity, clout, all of that, for the better good, for the best intentions. So that was a really cool project. And after I did that project, I realized that, I wanted to go for my PhD and just take it further, because I was really feeling this idea of looking at gender in music. And it's really prominent because I come from, the prairies here, the plains, Nehiyaw territory, and we grew up around the drum, the round dance, the hand drum, the big drum. And I always grew up with in ceremony too, and how the ceremonies were, I guess, performed with the roles, like the gender roles. And I didn't really question it too much, and I just thought that's the way it is. It wasn't until I started going to university where you start learning about things like I started university in early 2000s when talk about residential school was still not really happening. I grew up third or second generation. My grandparents both went to residential school, and my dad went to day school. And I honestly did not know that till I was 18 and my first year university, when I learned about colonization and residential school. And I went home one time and I was just telling my dad about that, and he's like, yeah, I went to day school. It was hell. It was real hell. It's like, wow, what about Cookum and Mushum? Like, oh yeah, they went to residential school. So that was like the first time I had heard that, but I sure as hell grew up knowing all of the effects, all of the intergenerational effects of residential school. I thought, everything that's so normalized in our communities, to do with that. So we're lucky we live in a time right now where it's all out there, and it doesn't make it easier, but it makes it, I guess, easier for our own kids and to teach our own kids and for them to teach us. When we're talking about the language piece or that sense of pride, once again, Christy, talking about how your kids are so proud out there, and man, like that's deadly. That's what we want. That's pure success, Indigenous success right there. You want kids to be proud of who they are, proud of their brown skin and proud of their language. Because that knowledge of residential school and the intergenerational effects, once you know that, you can't unknow it. And then you can kind of start to understand a lot about your identity. It's like, oh, that's why, you know, uncle was on the street, or, oh, that's why, you know, dad drank so much, and that's why I drink so much. But yeah, you start to understand and put the pieces together. So that's my decolonization understanding. And I use that from that point on, I wanted to learn more. But to understand hip hop and women in hip hop, I took it into my own experience, and I started to think about, you know, gender itself, like right from the beginning. And gender does come from, I'm not going to go into this big long, you know, in 1492. No, but when Columbus arrived, you know, that before that, our nations we thought very differently about gender, or we didn't think about gender. Gender was not something that was on the forefront. People were born, people had babies. If you were good at hunting, you were a hunter. If you were good at sewing, you were a sewer. If you were good at taking care of kids, you took care of kids. It didn't matter what you were born with. It was like, because we lived in these nations where we needed to survive, we needed to be very efficient, and we didn't have time to be like, no, you got to wear pink and you got to wear blue and you can't do that. We didn't have time for that. We had to be like surviving. And so that was all about, you know, who's the best one to do this role. So of course, you know, with Columbus and with all of the colonization, you fast forward a few hundred years, the introduction of patriarchy and the colonial systems just infiltrated every aspect of our systems, and gender became a reality. Christianity is all about gender. Christianity is like fundamentally gender. Like, you go right back to the book of Genesis, where we're a rib, I guess, or something. I'm not a Christian, but I remember reading the book of Genesis when I was 16, and when I read that, I just shut it. I was like, nah, I'm done. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not like a lesser person. So I've always been really cognizant of gender and how, you know, we set these roles. And this is society, man. Like, we're confronted with it, right from, you know, you have these like gender reveal parties and all of this stuff, and where it's so normalized, and I'm guilty of it too. Like, I've caught myself buying, you know, pink for my girl and blue for my boy, and, you know, all the clothes that my boy wore as a toddler. It's always like, go on adventures, you know, be brave, be strong, you know, and all this. And then hers would be like unicorns and sparkly kitties, and, you know, it was always like our pretty like makeup things. And so there was always that divide. It was so prominent, and it's very prominent in our communities, and it has been like that for a while. So then you get residential school. So even those that were resistant and still stuck to this idea that gender is not important, it's who can do the work. We had medicine people. They were either, you know, men or women. It wasn't specific. Our musicians were those that were gifted with the songs. It didn't matter who they were. What I've been told in our Nehiyaw territory, I can't speak for any other nation, but what I've been told in our Nehiyaw territory is that there weren't men and women. There were 5 different genders. And that's as far as I know, because this elder didn't know the names in English of how to say those 5 genders. So that blew my mind. And if you think about a lot of our languages, we don't have gender in them. Like, my kokum used to always speak in Cree. She didn't lose her Cree in residential school, which was pretty cool. She used to speak in Cree, and she would say, she'd always call me he. She'd call everybody he. And I'd always like, why doesn't she just call me she? Because in our language, there is no she or he. It's just like you. So when she'd speak English, everybody was he, because it was just, you know, you're a person. You're going to get called he. So she also called the car he. So a lot of inanimate objects were animate to her. that's another presentation. Pretty cool. But yeah, so there was a lot of this idea that there wasn't these strict men women gender roles, and that changed with residential school. It was like, I don't want to use the analogy of like nails on the coffin, but I don't know what else to say. Well, it just, that was like, that sealed the deal. You know, that's where people went in and came out, and it was just like, they were separated right in there for years and years. And yeah, learn how to sew, learn how to do industrial stuff. Like, it was very, very set. So now we have our communities today, and we have those ideals very, very set. And you go back to your reserve, and yeah, it's really set. So you go into ceremony, and it's set, and it's, you know, men do this, women do that. And we just have to remember, like, you know, it's not for me to go in and say, well, no, actually, that's not how it was. But it's to remember how I choose to raise my kids and choose to walk my red road. So if I'm feeling uncomfortable or in a ceremony, I won't attend. I won't, you know, I'll just go away, because I'm not going to change anyone's minds, but I can, you know, live in my way, knowing this knowledge. And I think about, I have so many cousins and really close friends and allies that are two-spirit. And I always think about them anytime I'm writing a song, going into a ceremony, and I think, where do they sit? Where do they fit? Where do they go? Because around here, it's still very much men and women. And, you know, a lot of times our two-spirit relatives don't attend. So we need to really think about how we introduce this idea of gender, and remember our ceremonies before they were so rigidly men and women roles. So this is like, it's infiltrating all of our systems. And I go rewind back to Indigenous music and hip hop, and I see now, and this is not only a brown situation, this is a Black situation too, because hip hop is also derived from oppressed people. And when we have Black rappers rapping about women as objects and women as Jezebels, and this all comes from that same mentality. If you go back to Africa, go back to pre-colonial times, you know, women were and are still so powerful in Africa, and held leadership roles, and sort of like ours, you know, people held the roles that they held because they were the best at it. And I think through oppression, a lot of our people, Black and brown people, really suffered trying to fit into these roles. So what happened to our men, just, you know, being forced into these roles, and then still being very oppressed. They go home and oppress, and they oppress in the family, and they oppress their partners, and they oppress their children. And this is all based on that idea of like masculinity, but hyper masculinity, because as oppressed people, you know, if you think about white men who are basically like in charge of our whole continent right now, just with the money and the power, as Indigenous men and people, you know, there's that feeling of insignificance. And a lot of times the idea of success is you have to be up there too. You have to be getting that money and getting that power. And we see it in our communities. We see it with chief and council and all of that. There's like an election happening right now with our FSIN, our Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. And we got all these people running for chief. And I think there's one woman, which is awesome, but it's mostly men, and, you know, men that are very, you know, well known in the community as being very, like, you know, popular. So I just think we're still kind of far away from the place that we need to be at. And we need to be at this space where our men are, you know, thinking as equals to us, and thinking of our traditions, our cultures, our language, and, you know, as being something that we all have to balance together. And I always like, I'm doing this with love, and there's so many men that are absolutely right in there doing this kind of work, and speaking on behalf, and just like doing amazing work with gender. So there's even a book out, it's called Indigenous Masculinities, and it's an academic book, but it's definitely like something that anyone could get a lot out of. And it's looking at that. It's looking at how we need to reconsider that, and how colonization has made hyper masculine Indigenous men. So from my experience, where do I see that the most is in hip hop. I see a lot of the men, there's a lot that are doing like really cool stuff, but there's a lot that are still doing that hyper masculine, like gang violence, just colonial violence, and just being very, disrespectful about women. And it all stems from that. It stems from that loss of identity as Indigenous people. So the lyrics, the performances they subjectify women. And to this day, you can turn on, like, most of the kids these days, and I have a 13-year-old, and I listen to a lot of this really misogynistic rap because the beats are good, and when I'm exercising, they get you hype. But I laugh at the lyrics because I know it's just like so extra and so like hyper masculine. But I talk to my son all the time because he likes it too. Like, you could Travis Scott, or just anyone who the kids are all listening to right now. And we talk about it, and I talk about the lyrics, and we even went through a song the other day. I have a really good, strong relationship with my boy. I'm so grateful for that. And he's so insightful and cool. But there's one track that he likes. It's called I Got Bitches. And I don't know if anyone's young here that has heard that song. But it's just like, I got bitches, I got hoes, I got these hoes, like, giving me top, like all of this like super like sexualized stuff that women are just these mindless, like sexualized zombies that'll do anything for these guys at any given moment. So I told him, this is not true, like this is not how it is, and that's not real life and all of that. And he's like, I know, everybody knows that. He said, it's just funny, the lyrics are funny. Anyway, so we went through and sort of talked about that. And I said, it's not true, and you wouldn't treat women like that, but how do you think me as a woman feels when I hear that, when I'm walking around, but I hear that kind of lyrics, that being spoken about me? Or how do you think your little sister feels? He's like, that's true. So yeah, he sees and he hears what's going on there, because what happens is these kids listen to this and it starts to kind of get in their heads. It's like, yeah, we know it's not true. But then, they're out there super impressionable. And another word that Oz 12 used one time, and it always stuck with me, is that idea of posturing. So posturing is where, you're acting like something. And when I first started listening to hip hop, it was Tupac and Biggie Smalls, and I acted like Tupac, like, cause obviously I wanted to be Tupac. So I, walked around with a limp and just all of that. So I remember being a teenager and wanting to just like be somebody else. And so they're very impressionable. So we need to think about these lyrics, or at least talk to them about it. And as Indigenous artists, as women, yeah, we need to do for women, by women projects. But as men need to do some of that work too. Men need to be doing a lot more of that work, because as women, we can't take that on. We can't fix men. We've all learned that. Just kidding. But we can't do that work. We've got to work on ourselves. We've got to heal ourselves so that we can be better parents and better, leaders and role models. Men have to want to be better. Men have to want to understand masculinities and the history of colonization and the gendered version of it. And they need to want to do that work. They need to want to, understand why there's so much domestic violence in our communities, understand why this kind of talk in the lyrics and everything is so prominent and prevalent. they need to want to do that work, and for their own daughters and partners and parents and everybody, so that us women can continue to do that work for ourselves and create for our own revolution. And it goes back to that idea of our communities. As in our Nahal communities, we used to have, the children were the core, and this is Maria Campbell's teachings, a really renowned elder out here. We used to have the center was the children, so they were like that, that most important, like the center of anything is very special. And then right around there you'd have the grandparents, all the grandparents that were meant to be there. And then there you'd have all the workers, people doing the our middle age, just getting stuff done. And then on that periphery, and this is the one that I get chills when I talk about this, is the dog soldiers. And dog soldiers were the ones that were trained right from a very young age to protect the community. And they were a society, and they were trained to be silent. They were trained to listen. They were trained to see. They had like supersonic hearing and seeing. And so they'd hang out on the periphery, and that would be, the protection to watch what's going on. And I think about that in relation to today, how, those dog soldiers are the ones. And right now, in the past, I think dog soldiers were men and women. They were whatever gender, right? Whoever was good at doing that, whoever could be quiet for their lives. Not all of us can shut up for a while. So there's certain people that can do that kind of thing, right? And so they were very trained to do that. And so then that center, as you go back into the center, would be able to do that work, to be able to do that, learn the medicines, learn the songs, learn keep doing all of the work that kept us going. And so I think of today how we have these men and women roles. So right now, I think it's the men that need to be in that protective space so that women can do that work without women having to be scared of those men. Like, I am just sick and tired of being scared of men, I'm sick and tired of having to be on guard, to having to watch my back, to having to not respond to DMs, to disrespectful DMs. Like, it'd just be so nice to know that, there was this historical way that we treated each other that's like so gone, but it would be so nice to have that back. And I just think I think men, if they heard that and knew that they would take that on a lot more. And then you have campaigns like that Moose Hide campaign. That's like amazing. You've all heard of that one. There's this one in an Anishinaabe territory. I am a kind man. I think there's a website, and there's some cool resources on there too, where there's a lot of young men, teens, 20s, like doing this kind of work. And it's just like, oh yes, this is what we need. Because, us women, we're strong. We're always, women, Indigenous women are so strong, it's like, yeah, but it's just because we have to. It's not really a compliment to me, because I'd rather not have to be so strong all the time and just be able to just exist and feel safe and feel like I can be at peace, and be happy and not always be on guard. So I think that's sort of like what I want to close it with, is when I think about hip hop and all these years I've tried to go up against and say, oh no, women can do this, women can do that. But now I just think about it as I just hope that men can start doing this work, and so that we don't have to be so strong, that we can just feel safe, feel who we are. And I see my daughter over here, and I think she just went upstairs, but she hears all this, I don't sugarcoat stuff around her. And she's like a resilient, she's strong, because she already knows how that feels like to be an Indigenous woman. And so it goes back to that idea of colonization. We all talk about it. What do we need to do to decolonize? We need to learn the language. We need to get our songs. We need to relearn our songs. We need to make sure we share those songs, pass them down the line. We need to know our culture. We need to be proud of who we are. But that all needs to happen with gender. That has to come with gender. Gender has to be that first that first wall. It has to be, everything has to be looked at with gender, and that's my I don't know how's that saying, that's that rock that I'll die on, or I don't know, I'm just like making it up. That's you know, I'll stand with that, and I'll stick with that, you know, for as long as I live, and I'll be very outspoken about that. So I will leave it at that. Oh yeah, so there can be no decolonization without gender. That's what I wanted to leave it with. And so I'll leave it with that, but also just with the question, I'll throw it out to all of you because you're all super knowledgeable. And yeah, I know the West Coast, you guys have so much going on. What else can we do, or what's happening out there when it comes to gender and music and just life in general? Hi.
Oh, thank you for that. As you were speaking, I was looking for a reference potentially that might speak to those ideas of gender. And I came across one that spoke about how, well, I'm not going to say it in Korean, but the first two are a man who dresses as a woman, and then the second is a woman who dresses as a man. But the third one is potentially like a man who's dressed or living or accepted as a woman. And this can be kind of interpreted as a third sort of gender. So it could be applied equally to either women or men. And then the fourth one, which was what I thought was the most interesting, was it's something like Ina P. Gusut. So a woman who's dressed or living or accepted as a man, but it translates to someone who fights everyone to prove they are the toughest. And I just thought it was so, you know, right on point to what you were saying. And then the last two are sort of really trans, one who acts or lives as a woman, and then one who acts or lives as a man. So yeah,
wow.
It's very, very interesting.
That is so cool. Can you send me that link? Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, we do a lot. I mean, in Anishinaabe, of course, we talk a lot about gender and animacy as well. But I wanted to put the question out as well to our participants, and if anybody else had some questions or reflections, because we have about 5 minutes or so, maybe even 10. If not, we might have to get you. Well, the other day, oh, good, Meeka's got something.
Oh. Yeah, it's just so great to hear your words and your experiences and your teachings on this. Like, as an Indigenous woman, I feel the same, and I actually haven't heard it spoken like that before, and it really helps me feel better about myself, because I don't feel like it's a compliment to say like strong Indigenous woman. Like, I get it, but there's reasons why we are like that. I mean, myself, I was raised in a, you know, I was the first generation that didn't have to go to residential school, so both my parents went. And I remember my mother saying, like, you know, they tried everything. They did everything that they thought, you know, they got married, they moved to each other's territories, they got a new house built, they tried to do everything that they were supposed to do, and it just still didn't work because of that residential school trauma. My father was very traumatized, so he in turn traumatized us. You know, we had to go through a lot of healing and forgiveness after that for our relationship to be able to continue. And my mom was brave enough to leave my father and start a new life. And they were able to, you know, come back together through when I got married. You know, I remember how much stress it created, having men in our community who were raging because of their pain, and recognizing that it was the pain, and that really when I would look deeply into them, I could see the little boy that was there that needed that nurturing and love. But then at the same time, you know, we've dealt with this for so long that I want to put the call out to, like, the way that you said it, like, we need our men to do that work so that we don't have to be so strong. And we deserve that as women, as Indigenous people. And so I just want to thank you for bringing that perspective to me, because I always felt really uncomfortable with that too, that it didn't really feel right. So thank you for bringing some clarity to me about that. Appreciate that.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I can relate.
Can Kiva say something quickly? Kiva's a young hip hop artist. He's MC in my band, the Malam Collective, our band, but also he does his own solo work as well.
Nice.
So I just wanted to touch on the gender part. You know, growing up as a young Indigenous male in the early 2000s, there was a lot of a lot of rap music, and most of which was extremely misogynistic. So I think and then touching on what you said, what is important to going forward, I think it's really important that, you know, we focus on a lot of the youth and showing them that there is this different kind of music out there that they can listen to, or they can even create themselves. I know that helped with me as a kid with my family's art workshops, and there were a couple of workshops that came to my school, and we were doing some song development training and making our own little songs and stuff. And just to see that there was this other side of hip hop and music that didn't have to be strictly what you were seeing on TV or what was blowing up at that moment. There were other ways that you could be successful as a hip hop artist. So I think it's important that we continue to do those art workshops and just share with the youth our experiences and show them that there is a different way to do it.
That's such a good point. That's totally, yeah, thanks for reminding me about that too, because that's sort of those little circles that I sort of grew up around with hip hop too. It was very much that like underground kind of like conscious stuff, right? But it wasn't popular. That was like, you know, the underground. But yeah, just like what's out there. But I think it made me think too, like as a parent who's like a rapper, and I don't know if you're a parent yet or if you plan on being a parent. I know. Okay.
I hope he does.
No. I'm just kidding. Just really too quick. But it's so funny because your kids I don't know if Christy Lee feels this, but your kids kind of, as they get older, they don't want to have anything to do with like your style of music or hip hop or whatever, you know, they just want to be like the opposite, and that's just what kids do. And so my boy listens to this stuff, but yeah, there's sometimes those kind of workshops out there, or people come into communities and teaching that, you know, other way. Like I play Snotty Nose Res Kids all the time. Like obviously, you know, that's from your guys' hood. But yeah, there's some really uplifting, like, you know, that matriarch song and all of that. But I think it's because I play it, he doesn't want to listen to it, right? It's like how we all grew up on CCR, we don't listen to it.
We're actually we're just headed, my son and I, to Adams Lake community, and a native community in our territory, it's the Nlaka'pamux territory. And they just did a video with Noe Janan, and a song and a video, and so they're having a celebration, and they invited us to play it, our band to play as part of the celebration and to present our work. So that's what we're doing right after this, is we're rushing off to Adams Lake. And I'm really
that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's just so, I'm so happy to like have this information from now, like today and even yesterday, and then to go to this event, and it's overflowing my cup, so that when I do that work, I feel good about myself. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I was going to say yes. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was only yesterday. Like a long time ago. But Kenny Starr was on, and she said Auntie Kenny wants to rap battle Justin Trudeau. So she put it out there, the request. So I don't know if you have a direct line to Justin, but and want to get in on that work, but that's what she's hoping to do.
That's so her. That's so.
Yeah.
So
no,
cute.
It was a full on. She was like, somebody needs a direct line. Somebody has to get me in touch because I need to do this. left. So good. Oh gosh, Nijitzel, you need to put that on the board. From yesterday.
I really wanted to.
Great. Well, I mean, did you have any final thoughts or shares before we close for the day?
No, just that, I really genuinely appreciate this opportunity, because I always feel I've been doing a lot of this, online live stream stuff and over the year and a half. And I just, when it's this sort of Indigenous owned and operated kind of gigs like this, it's always the most meaningful, because it's coming from that place, that place of love and that place of heart. And I always leave feeling so fulfilled. I'll probably, go cry around for a bit and then, make something to eat. But it's like ceremony, eh? And then just as y'all being West Coast is just such a, I'm always so inspired. So, yeah, just hi for having me. And I hope the rest of it goes really well. I'm going to try to jump in tomorrow for a little bit.
I just want to make one last little comment that the For Women by Women has become me and my sister Victoria's anthem.
Oh,
always
nice.
singing it. As soon as it comes on, we're like, woo! Great, I love
right
it.
on. I'll tell my girl that, she'll love that.
Oh, great. And we got a message
That's
from
the rock
Leland
I'm
Bell.
gonna die on. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I just reading on in the chat.
Yeah,
That's the rock I'm gonna die on. I feel like that
And
warrior
Leland
on
Bell
Reservation
said-
Dogs.
Yeah. Leland Bell also said good presentation and learned some good stuff. So thank you for contributing today. And yeah, we have another full day tomorrow, so looking forward to it. We do have a couple more minutes, and Nijitzel said that because it's her last day with us today, she also might have some additional comments, and I think she did a bit more work since we saw her just like an hour ago.
Hey, thank you so much, Lindsay, for everything you shared. I agree. It's, you live your whole life thinking there's one way, or, and then you've just shed so much light on not just music, but the way that we're in relation with each other. So just thank you. I'm also going to go cry around a bit. That's my usual thing after doing these events. But really, there was one message I wanted to share, was something that was gifted to me recently, was the power of yet. And so some of us are on different language journeys, specifically for our theme today. And I just want us to go home with the message of, we might not be good at our language yet. We might not be speaking it yet. We're going to get better at it. And so just that power of yet, and reminding ourselves that every step is a starting point. So that's the message I felt I had to give today. And just, I'm sorry I can't be with you tomorrow. I also need a bit of a rest day before going into my next week. But yeah, wow, thank you. I'm feeling really full.
Oh, Chimi Wedge, thank you. We look forward to I know you sent yesterday's, so we're going to be sharing it out on social media, and we have today's that will be shared out as well. So very appreciative for all of your hard work, and yes, take a day of rest. So cute. Okay, so we are now at the end of our last few minutes of the day. And so tomorrow we're coming back, and it's on land. So we're going to be talking about land, unceded territory. We're going to be welcoming back our ASL interpreters, Robert and Sarah Lee, for the opening and keynote sessions. So we'll be starting up again at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be welcoming who do we have? Oh, we have Meeka, and then we have opening prayers from Bernice, August, Morrison, Heather. Great. And then we'll kind of go into the Keynote Storyteller, Shoshana Kish, from Bitterly Divine. So it'll be a big one. So I'm really excited. We'll have the full.
Digging Roots is their band. Shoshona. But you know what? Dennis Joseph from Bitterly Divine is going to be so stoked that you just said that.
Sorry, it's not written in the I should wait until it's filled out. Okay, it's my day. Meeka, did you have anything else that you'd like to add?
Ask or just add? Oh, add. No, I just want to say again, I am so grateful and feeling very blessed. Yesterday was so much information that I felt like I felt like my brain had exploded. But today I feel like my heart is filling up, and it's really feeding my spirit. You know, for 2 days now, a bird has come down my pipe from my wood stove and came out of my doors. I have to leave it open, and flies around the house and then goes out the front. So I think that that's just such a great sign, even though it freaks me out and I have to deal with it usually while I'm trying to do this too. But I just felt like that was such a beautiful sign. I wanted to share that with you guys, that this bird has came and it's almost like it's blessing us with a gift, and you know, letting us go into flight. So leaving with that, I look forward to seeing any of you that can make it tomorrow, and hopefully new people. And it's just been such an honor to hear all of your words and to be here with you.
Awesome. Great. Bye, everybody. Bye.